Shields up, Iron Breakers. How's everybody doing this fine Sunday afternoon? Hopefully you're all doing good, and hopefully we can improve on that with another edition of Khan's Anvil. There's actually quite a bit to talk about this week, so hopefully you guys are looking forward to it, even though at least one of the topics that we're going to be tackling is going to be quite serious and maybe even a little bit different than what we're accustomed to around here, as we hear my dog bark in the background. Because, you see, I think I figured out what the problem is with my dog. I haven't shocked her quite enough. I need to get one of them shock collars. Get that dog, like, fixed real quick. Every time she starts barking, I go like, zap! You get the zap! Disgusting behavior. Yeah, that's not actually what we're going to be talking about. I just thought it was funny that as I'm starting the stream, dogs barking. I was like, well, can't not make a joke about that. But anyways, before we get the show started proper, as per usual, going to give a shout out to the Thanes. So, Colin LaShure, Crow Mag, Fulminus, Dan Pribernow, and Louise Rosa, thank you very much for being grossly incandescent as Thanes. You absolute giga-chads. Tip of the hat. Appreciate the support to each and every one of you. Thank you very, very much. But yeah, guys, we got a lot to talk about. So we already been back for a couple of days. We already did like 2 Monster Hunter live streams. We did some more Savage Omegas for the people that still need them. I will probably still do more Savage Omegas because I think that a lot of people still need the materials. So even me just hosting the lobby usually just kind of ensures that more people get it done. Not because I'm any good, but because there's a ton of people that are better than me in the lobby that will get clears for other people. So that's usually one of the main reasons why I end up hosting those lobbies. It's very, very useful for everybody else. But yeah. Careful, Ruri, you might give the man content. I don't give a fuck, bro. Fuck that guy. Dude is farming Ninja's clip already. I don't know what Ninja's clip is about the shock collar situation or whatever, but yeah. So, for those of you that haven't noticed, just in case you guys weren't aware, I have been a little bit out of the loop for a week or so before we came back and did the last 2 live streams that we did for Monster Hunter Wilds. I've already talked a little bit about this in those streams, but I'll talk about it kind of like as an opening topic here. It's been a bit of a struggle to me in terms of balance when it comes to figuring out the balance between, you know, the life of a parent is something that is always evolving, and as your children grow, they require more and more attention, and that requires naturally more and more time committed. Not even just a requirement, it's something that I want to do, but, you know, it's just something that I haven't been as used to up until this point, and it's gotten more and more demanding. And what ends up happening is I've gotten to this cycle where it was just like parenting, content, parenting, content, parenting, and there's like no time at all for me to just like sit down, chill for a little bit. It's just like, no, it's parenting and content and parenting and content. And my brain was kind of like short-circuiting a little bit to the point where I would sit down at the computer and not be able to do anything because the brain would straight up refuse to work. So before I had like a massive crash out, I decided like, you know what? Let's just chill. Let's just take it easy. And then like, you know, let things kind of realign themselves. I've also had to deal with a particularly nasty situation. I mean, I say particularly nasty. It's academic shit, which, to be quite frank, I have very little respect for the Portuguese education system because I felt that the Portuguese education system brutally failed me when I was growing up. And as in, it didn't fail me as in, oh my god, I was a terrible student or anything like that. No, it failed me because most teachers nowadays it is the embodiment of the saying, those who can't do teach. So it's usually a lot of people that are bitter because they failed at whatever was their chosen field. And because they failed at that chosen field, they've then went on to become professors. But bitter professors are basically worthless, in my opinion, because in order to be a professor, in order to actually teach, especially to teach a young mind, whatever subject it happens to be, because some people might think, well, some subjects are just not that interesting. It's like, you can make any subject interesting if you are motivated to teach young minds how to learn. But what ends up happening is, because a lot of these people are bitter, and trust me, in Portugal, these teachers are a dime a dozen. They're probably like 80% of the teachers that I've had throughout my own personal education were absolutely worthless. They should not have been teaching at all. And I'm speaking as someone who went all the way through college education. I have like bachelor's in comp sci or whatever. Actually, that thing got equivalated to a full-on degree, I think. Whatever. Doesn't matter. The point is, like, I feel like the education system has most definitely failed me. Most of the stuff that I was able to learn, I had to like motivate myself to learn. I was not really motivated by a lot of teachers, and the few teachers that were able to motivate me, they were very quickly kicked out of the schools because they weren't respecting the teaching program that they were supposed to be teaching. They did the unthinkable thing of actually teaching us skills that we would end up using later in life, which you can't have that. We want to keep these people dumb and fucked up. But, anyways. So what ended up happening was my kid had a 1.5 on his math exam, his first math exam for the current school year. Now, you guys were like, how bad is a 1.5? Because most of you probably go through like the A, B, C, F, whatever system. It's 1.5 out of 20. That's rough. And it's like, this came completely out of nowhere because on the previous year, he was doing fine in maths. So, basically that's something that I've been trying to deal with, trying to explain to him that we did the whole exam yesterday. It took us like 4 hours to go through the whole thing. I still feel like most likely the teachers are the ones that are failing him because he's not a bad student, but some teachers are just like there to pump out the subject, and they don't give a fuck. It's like, oh, you got left behind. That's too fucking bad. Sucks to be you. But again, I'm not even super demanding when it comes to grades. To me, I'm just like, look, just get whatever grade you need to pass. I don't give a fuck. Because, like, I have very little respect for the Portuguese education system. I don't know how the rest of the world is, but I have very, very, very little respect. So as far as I'm concerned, it's like, just do the bare minimum so that you can join society as an educated individual. And I don't care. It's like, school grades, especially the way in which we teach, is terrible because it just promotes memorizing more so than it does actually learning. That is my interpretation of the Portuguese education system. It's like, you're better off memorizing shit. If you're able to memorize shit, that is way better than you actually learning anything. And I despise an education system that encourages that. So, yeah. I had a combination of excellent and useless teachers back in the day, which is probably normal. Yeah. There's a side effect. That's a side effect of class sizes being too big. I think his class is like 22 or something like that. So, yeah. Same for America's school systems, too. Yeah, it's probably the same everywhere, I would expect. Jenny, thank you very much for being Grilled Incandescent for 11 months. It's a long beard. You Giga Chad. Tip of the hat. Appreciate the support. Thank you. 22s is way much smaller than we have here. Yeah, I don't think it has to do with the size of his class. But basically, that's where I'm at. I also still need to take some more time because there's like this exam that I should have done, a health thing back in July. And I didn't. Because content brain. I was like, no, I gotta do content, bro. I ain't got time to take care of my health. And now my stomach pains and all of that's been getting significantly worse. So now I need to like, okay, we need to really slow down. But yeah, we'll see. Pascal Calais, I was taught to think. 30 years later, my kid was taught to just memorize shit. He was bored to hell and dropped school. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a serious problem, Pascal. I feel like our education systems have not kept up, which is terrible. One thing Canada does right is education, but I get your frustrations. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's just stuff that I'm going to have to deal with, which is going to take more time, and, you know, I'll have to go and do more stuff around that. But I think it'll be fine in the end. I just need to find a bit of a better balance when it comes to that stuff. So, yesterday, I did my first kill team match using these guys. The Deathwatch kill team. So you guys know I like kill team. This is a tabletop game that I play a lot. We have to like paint our own miniatures. These are in the process of getting painted. I've actually done something that Mr. Tummy Giggles would be really proud, and I will say that I absolutely hate it, but you can see it in this miniature. Look at all that edge highlighting. Look at that. You see that? Look at that, Mr. Tummy Giggles. Look at that shit. It's disgusting. Wait, can I get this thing to focus, please? Like, look at all those edge highlights, bro. Jesus Christ. I'm not doing that, by the way. This was just a test that I did for this one mini. That's crazy. But yeah, so I've been playing. I haven't been playing. I played my first game of these guys yesterday. And you know what I've learned? I've learned that Games Workshop is about as good at balancing Kill Team as Blizzard's been at balancing World of Warcraft classes. This team is fucking broken. This team is disgusting. Like, you see this thing? You see all these tokens surrounding this one dude right here? These are kill tokens, okay? My friend's team that I was playing against has 14 operatives, and this guy killed 6 of them. 6 kills on this one model. Untouched, by the way, hasn't been hit at all, has not been touched by anyone. He just went in there and fucking slaughtered everything. He just butchered everyone. It was disgusting. Like, I was playing the game and I was like, what the hell is this? And by the way, each of these tokens is basically a victory point. So just in this one character, because like you get victory points for 3 different things, which is the crit op, the kill op, and the tac op. So these are for my tactical op, and there's enough points on this one dude to max out the score of my tactical op, because he's not the only one who's got these tokens. I got tokens of these spread out through all of my dudes from getting kills. It was disgusting. Okay? It is absolutely disgusting. So the fact that this dude just went in here and butchered my friend's whole team, I was like, this is fucked up, bro. This is fucked up. Now, my friend was playing Deathcore, which is not like a super powerful team, but like Deathwatch kill team is beyond broken. Like, yeah, absolutely. I didn't feel threatened at any point throughout the whole match, like ever. I've never felt pressured, despite the fact, by the way, that this kill team has 5 operatives. My friend's kill team had 14 operatives. And I was like, don't care. I'm going to go up to that point. I'm going to take that point, and there's nothing you can do about it. And there wasn't. There was nothing he could do about it. I just stay there and butchered his whole team. It was disgusting, dude. Absolutely disgusting. So I'm going to be playing Deathwatch from now on. Yeah, that's my main kill team now. Yeah, fuck this shit. Fuck playing the game in a hard mode. I'm just going to butcher everybody from now on. Way easier. I mean, Krieg is guardsman, Deathwatch is Astartes. Listen, you don't understand how overpowered this team is, okay? Like, when this team counteracts, they get to do 2 actions. I can do mission actions for free. What? Can counteract regardless of the order. It was funny because we'd get to the strategic phase, and I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't need strategy. I'm good. I'm good, brother. You do your strategic. I don't need strategy. My strategy is go forward, shoot things, kill them. Oh, man. Chris Urban, we will do Omega runs. Probably not today because I have a lot of stuff to go over. But we will do more Omega runs in the future. Don't you worry about that. Like Blizzard, the designers have their favorite special boys. It definitely feels like that. It absolutely feels like that. And I've noticed that I had never really played an elite kill team that was mine. Like, I had played elite kill teams from my friends, so I'm not, like, super invested. So this is the one that I was invested in, because I'm like, okay, I want to have one elite kill team, and I do like Deathwatch as a concept. Because one of the really cool things about Deathwatch, right? Deathwatch are kind of like, you know, it's built up of multiple other chapters. So you can basically bring Marines in from different chapters of the Astartes, which is really cool because you can make like this themed ragtag team of people that are put together. And so I got to actually look into the stories of different chapters and stuff, which is why dude with a heavy ordnance, he's a salamander. Salamanders are like very protective and stuff, which I guess it actually doesn't make sense for this matchup because the salamanders are supposed to be very protective and all of that. My salamander was not very protective of these Imperium troops here. This Death Corps, which is also an Imperium unit, is like, yeah, I'm gonna protect you. Let me put. Even though you see the bombard here, this unit was actually for this match. I was using him as the what's it called? Forget his name. Horde Slayer Veteran, which the model of the Horde Slayer Veteran is different, but it looks very similar to this. So I just use this unit as a proxy because I'm not going to go buy another box of Deathwatch just to get one more body so that I'm able to assemble every single member of the kill team. So in here, he's working as a proxy. This was actually a Horde Slayer Veteran. So basically, his weapon has a flamethrower. So I was just going up in there with a flamethrower, like, just like burning everybody to a crisp and then pulling out the bolt gun. Bam, bam. Beautiful. Regrab dagger and brute force strategy. Yeah, exactly. That's how you get it done. But yeah, that was fun, but it's not something I'm gonna do to my friend again. It was fucked up, bro. It was fucked. Disgusting. My friend was like, so wait, you get to shoot twice and then you can still move? And I was like, yeah. So I remember at one point, the one point that was really funny is I have a miniature back here. Like you see where this token is, there's a miniature that I have back here. And he had another miniature that was like somewhere here. And so I shoot at his miniature and I roll pretty bad. And he actually rolls pretty high for defense. So he defends everything and he's like, oh, what a relief. I survived. And I was like, so I'm going to shoot again. And he's like, wait. And I just kill his dude. It's like, oh, I rolled pretty bad there. So I'm just going to go ahead and shoot again. Because why not? Because that's reasonable. Who are your other models? Which chapters are they from? I remember seeing... I haven't memorized all of the chapters, but... So, I have this dude. I think that this is Brazen Claws. Because I put all the proper shoulders based on the shoulders that we have available. So I made this guy that has like a really cool Xeno sword. Which is weird. Like a Space Marine using a Xeno sword. But he's got like this Necron sword that fucks shit up. And so he is of the Brazen Claws. This guy is from the Emperor's Scythes. Again, I don't remember all of the lore. I looked at the lore specifically. But this is like my plasma dude. He's from the Emperor's Scythes. The big hammer guy, he had to be a Space Wolf, obviously. Big hammer guy, Space Wolf. This guy, who's like the sergeant, I made him an, I think it's called Iron Snakes, because I saw that Iron Snakes are like inspired by Greek hoplites, so they would make like good leaders. Since he's the sergeant, I figured, okay, this makes sense. Then on this guy, wait. I think that this is a chapter that descends from the White Scars. I forget exactly what the chapter name is for this one, but I'm pretty sure it descends from the White Scars. He's a disruptor, does debuffs and stuff like that. The big guy with a shield, This is a chapter that I forget if it's Nova Marines or something, but this is a chapter that descends from the Ultramarines. And also, this guy's has a conversion. So he's supposed to have a mace, but I gave him the big hammer tip because I thought it looked way cooler. Then this guy, who's like a dual wields dude, I made him from the chapter that descends from the Blood Angels because I figured it'd be cool. I think this is Blood Knights or something Knights. And then this guy who's a marksman, I made him the Dark Talons, which supposedly like some deep secret chapter that's meant for stealth operations and whatnot. And I figured, well, he's the sniper. Might as well be stealth dude. Even though I feel like stealth would probably fit better with the guy that I made Blood Knight. I was like, the hell with it. The guy that you've already seen is Salamanders. He's the Bombard. Big, heavy, ordnance guy. And then the Breacher Veteran. Actually, I forget what this chapter is. It's got like a skull and a sun behind it. But I remember I read at the time that this would make sense for this guy who's got like shotgun with grenades and stuff. But yeah, these are the chapters that I picked for my Death Watch. It's totally normal for Death Watch? Okay, well, there you go. They're all from Headless Hombres. Where did I put the heads, actually? I have them. Yeah, all of their heads are in this box. Because heads are way easier to paint if they're not on the body. And you can still play because, like, the miniature doesn't really change size. So there's nothing really that affects the rules. Just because they don't have a head. So, yeah, that's why they're headless. It's to make it easier for painting and stuff like that. But yeah, I've been really enjoying it. Hey, Refuse Life, what's up? Games Workshop can't manage to balance their teams. Yeah, I've noticed that. I've noticed that like there's just some teams that make absolutely no sense. And the thing is, it's not even about team balance. Their map design right now and their tac ops and their crit ops, they just, again, this is my interpretation, which I don't know how many games I have under my belt, probably like 60 kill team games, something like that under my belt since I've gotten started, which I guess in the grand scheme of things might not be much. It might be more than 60 because I have played a lot. But as somebody that has like 60 kill team games under my belt, when I started reading the updated tac ops and the updated crit ops, and I looked at the updated map layouts, my interpretation was like, okay, so you guys just made everything for elite teams. And any team that is not an elite team, in elite teams, you're talking about teams that are 6 operatives, they have tons of wounds, and they have 3 APLs, and they can move 6 inches and fuck everything up. Those are elite teams. Teams that are just like really, really powerful. So like Death Watch, this is an elite team. And so as I read all of that, the tac ops, the maps, I was just like, this is just straight up made for elite teams, and anybody who is not an elite team is just gonna have a bad time. And I started having really bad times with the Earthkin Salvagers, which is the characters I actually like playing. I like playing the Earthkin Jaegers and the Earthkin Salvagers because they're the dwarves. And it's just like, for the Salvagers, the current meta is absolute misery. It's bro, you are beyond going up against an absolute mountain when it comes to difficulty. It's crazy. That's a fair number. You've played for what 4-6 months? I forget exactly. It might be coming up close to like a year now. Might be coming up close to a year, I think. It was around this time that my friends got me into it, probably when I bought my first box for the Earthkin Jaegers. It's probably around this time last year, I think. But yeah, that was pretty fun. Give me a second. I think my kid's at the door. Give me a second. I'm back. I remember Ruri saying I'm not going to get back into it. I'm just going to borrow an army. Bro, it's... Listen. Things have gotten bad, okay? Okay, things have gotten bad. Give me a second. We're gonna enter the pile of shame territory soon. We're already there. We're already there, because, like, that box has a full set of Tomb World terrain that I still haven't touched. It has a Necron team that I still haven't touched. And it had the Death Watch team that I've just assembled. It also has, like, NPOs, which are, like, Necrons and stuff, but yeah. Dad, you mean I can't go to college because you bought a Necron army? It's not a Necron army, it's a Necron team. It's the Canoptic Circle. And to be honest, I bought that box mostly for the Death Watch and the terrain. The Canoptic Circle is just like, it's another team, we can play with it. And I also have a box of Khazarkins that I've never assembled. So yeah, it's rough. Hey, Heartless Sage, what's up? Yeah, my friends are the reason. But that's the thing, like, this is something that I feel has been getting more and more lost in traditional gaming, which traditional gaming now is, you know, online video games, stuff like that, right? And that's something that's been getting more and more lost, which is the social aspect. And the social aspect of just, like, getting together with your friends and doing a match of Kill Team, that's the part that I like. I just like hanging out with my friends face to face. You can talk trash to their face as you're beating them senseless, or you can tell them to fuck off as they're beating you. And it just feels good, man. You know? You should just go mostly AWOL and paint everything. Brother, don't tempt me. Currently building some Bretonium Knights of the Realm. Yeah. Not just the social aspects, also that you can't own the games anymore. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, you can't really take the miniatures away from me. I guess you can change the rules and fuck me over, but I have, like, 4 kill teams I can draw from now? Actually, 5. I have 5 kill teams. It's highly unlikely they're going to nerf the 5 kill teams that I have. So, even if they nerf one of the kill teams that I have, like, 4 others that I can play, which is much more reliable than that big army that I had of like, I don't know, 2,000, 3,000 points of dwarves, where they're just like, okay, so that army's unplayable now, get fucked. It's like, that's not going to happen again. Just, Greg, I fought against those Harlequins, man. Fuck those clowns, man. Those clowns are messed up. Dolly streams were fun when they happen. It's just a hassle setting up the cameras. I have to try and get another one of those done, because then I could show you guys how I'm painting the Death Watch, how I'm painting, like, the Earthkin Salvagers. I think it'd be cool. I need motivation to paint my 20 Creek kilt. So listen, here's your motivation. The friend that I played yesterday with in this matchup where I was playing my Death Watch, he was playing Krieg. I crushed him like a bug. I crushed him. I tabled him, and I achieved max score on every op, okay? I mean, max crit op, max kill op, because, I mean, he tabled, so max kill op, and max tac op. I maxed everything. I could have gone beyond maxed. Oh my god. Were you excited for Arc Tempered New Udra? I'm always excited for new Monster Hunter content. This is the opposite of motivation. Yeah, dude. Holy shit! Bro, what am I supposed to say to this? You guys are just way too kind. Like, what the fuck? Like, bro, you're crazy. Bro, that's crazy. Jenny, thank you very much for the souls. Tip of the hat. Appreciate support. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do it. Dolly stream for the god of dollies. Painting for the painted miniatures. It's like, listen, here's what I need to do. Let me just show you guys. See, I have this GoPro here. I need to like set it up in a way that I can use this GoPro to film like what's on my desk. And I do have like a rinky-dinky setup that I can kind of use. It's just I have to set it up properly. But if I do that, I should be able to like stream and paint and hang out with you guys. Yeah. What's that money in the chat? Shekels. We learned that last time. Did we? Was it shekels? I forget if it was. Full convert to Kill Team channel soon. It's still Monster Hunter Dark Souls, man. Still Monster Hunter Dark Souls. But yeah, I have been having a lot of fun with it. And it's a super relaxing hobby. And it's like you don't feel too bad about engaging in this hobby because at the end of the day, you know, if stuff goes sideways, the game's not popular or whatever, you stop playing, you still get like these really cool painted miniatures that you've painted yourself. It feels good. It feels good, man. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff to talk about, like I said. One of the first things that I want to talk about today is the Monster Hunter Wilds Championship. So I didn't watch it. I didn't get to watch it live, by the way. We're going to be watching this video from Rage Gaming. Make sure to give it some watch time. Give it a like. I love the Rage Gaming team here. Josh, Cotton, Hollow. Love those guys. Got to hang out with them in real life on a couple of occasions. They're super awesome. And I'm guessing they got like a summary here of what is going on with the Monster Hunter Wilds World Championship, because let me tell you guys why I didn't get to watch it. I just told you guys that I've been kind of like overwhelmed over the last couple of days, and it was Friday night, and I was like, man, I really should stream this, but I was keeling over, almost falling asleep, and I was like, this is not going to be an entertaining stream because I'm too sleepy, I'm too tired, I need to go to bed, and I need to sleep. So I ended up sleeping, but let's take a look at what we got here. Let's take a look at what we got here, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, again, there's a link in chat. I'm going to link it on Twitch as well. Make sure to give this some watch time. Give it a like, usual stuff. Support our boys, Rage Gaming, and subscribe, all that good stuff. Let's see. I'm going to pause the music.
Hello, and welcome back to Rage Gaming.
That's Hollow. Hollow's the one doing the video.
Hello and welcome back to Rage Gaming and a special Monster Hunter video for you today. That's because the USA Championship happened last night while I was sleeping instead. For the first time in 5 years then, Monster Hunter have held their own special tournament in person. This one was in San Diego at the current TwitchCon. They did this back with World, which was really cool at the time. It's great to see them do something like this, you know, fun in person again. But the basic concept was this. You've got teams of 2 hunters that work together to speedrun a target monster in the arena as quick as they can. So there was a bunch of people that did this, but it was the top 6 teams that went to the finals that actually competed at TwitchCon in front of a proper crowd. So it's a cool event to sort of celebrate Monster Hunter speedrun.
Oh, this was at TwitchCon? We have some other things we got to talk about that happened at TwitchCon. Yes, we do. But, you know, Monster Hunter Wilds, awesome. Capcom made an awesome event. And also, 2 of the people that were in the top 3, I think they ended up 2nd place, was Nightside and DJ Johnny, who are other creators that I really like and that I've interacted with, and I've worked with them for the Hunters Awards and stuff like that, and they're super chill dudes. Really, really like them. So I was super happy to see that they ended up second place. Really, really cool. I was rooting for them.
Right. Putting a spotlight on that cool aspect of the community. Now, the qualifiers already happened, in which they went against the Kumatrice in the arena, so not the hardest target ever, but the times they got were pretty impressive. Plus, the target we're looking at for the finals is Rathalos, so a bit harder. But no matter where you placed, if you were in the top 6, you get a Baby Sacred plushie and a special Rathalos hoodie. But the top 3, they got a trophy tied to their placement. They look really cool. 3rd and 2nd place getting this sort of special horn setup.
And by the way, in case you guys are wondering, well, what's the setup for the tournament? It's arena quests. So it's just like the type of arena quest that you're experiencing in game. They all get like a preset, a pre-made set of mixed armor as well as weapons and all of that, and you have to use the stuff that you are provided with. At least that's my understanding of it.
And reference the actual event, but first place is insane. Artveld's head just sort of pouring out a pillar that's holding it up. That looks incredible, and because it's a team of 2, both players get their own insane trophy. So fantastic. So who and what won? What was their strategy? What was going on? We're going to take a look. We did get a little look at the qualifier though. Piles of people in a private room set up with all the loadouts and the hunt itself. Everyone seemed very positive, very hyped. I definitely think it looked fun. But obviously it resulted in 6 teams for the finals. There was Bruh, Karting Club, Taste Technicians, Bromigos, Heaven or Hell, and
Karting
Hell Hunters
Club.
From bottom to top in the initial placements.
Those were the ones I was rooting for.
The event had our awesome community manager, Joe Bustos, running the event. And
Joe Bustos! Shout out for Joe. Can we get some hearts in chat for Joe? One of our community managers. Awesome dude.
2 great hosts for it, doing interviews and commentary, Jal Bagel and Lord Vietnam.
Did he say Joe Bustos? I'm curious.
Initial placements. So let's look at the finals. The event had our awesome community manager, Joe Bustos, running the event.
Bustos. Bustos. Name is Bustos.
And 2 great hosts for it, doing interviews and commentary, Jal Bagel and Lord Vietnam, who, by the way, was an incredible help in the review build of Wilds. When we were able to play the game a little early...
Oh yeah, Vietner is the friggin' beast, as well as Jal Bagel. But yeah, Vietner, in terms of like knowledge and stuff, I feel like he was doing the Lord's work with a lot of this stuff.
See Lord answering people's questions, hopping in hunts, sharing what he'd learned, so it's really cool to see him here. But you have 3 loadouts to choose between, and you're forced into those setups. That means you couldn't choose from all the 14 weapons, but only 6 total. And then you've got equipment and a skill set tied to that, and you make the most out of it. So for
was the gun lance an available weapon? I don't think it was. That's why I didn't participate. You know, they were like, no, we can't have the gun lance there. Otherwise, Rurikhan will come over, completely dominate everybody. Solo doesn't even need a partner, just like solo dominate everybody. So no gun lance, so that Rurikhan doesn't come in here and humble everybody. That's what happened. Okay, absolutely 100% guaranteed. Confirmed for real, for real.
Loadout 1, you had a longsword or charge blade. For loadout 2, you had the insect glaive or heavy bowgun. And finally, for the 3rd loadout, you had the hunting horn or sword and shield. Now, importantly, that 3rd set came with a single flash pod, which is obviously impactful in this hunt. Let's take a look at the hunts, do a quick overview of how it went and some of the coolest stuff that happened. For the first hunt of the day, we saw the use of hunting horn and insect glaive initially, so that's set 2 and 3. The team Bruh had a great opening. The insect glaive instantly mounted Rathalos, while this gave the hunting horn player time to apply the buffs for the team. So, you know, instead of wasting time,
that's a really good
songs,
strategy.
it's efficient. Then the hunting horn player swapped their weapon out to the sword and shield to keep the buffs for a bit. As soon as Rathalos went down, they went in on their head. It was a paralysis SNS, and of course with the shield bonks, you're building up KO at the same time, so they're building up for DPS windows. Very smart stuff. Now, not long into the hunt, we see that first...
Look at him just spamming Perfect Rush. You'll love to see it.
Paralysis proc, leading into a Perfect Rush combo in this context. After Rathalos gets up here, that's when they would use their first flash pod from that 3rd set, just like we mentioned. So that opens up another DPS window, great control. So the first half of the fight went really well, but the second half goes a bit messier. Like, at this point, the hunting horn buffs run out, and in that moment, the glaive player triggers a 2nd mount to get back some control. But obviously, while they're mounted, the other player deals less damage, and the SNS player didn't swap to hunting horn to rebuff or anything like that. Interestingly, the glaive player was using a lot of aerial attacks. The set does encourage it, but they weren't doing the familiar Essence Dump loop at all. But the worst part was when we saw the SNS player car to the fire almost 4 minutes into the hunt.
The greed!
Kill, which is a huge blow. They get back.
I respect the greed. I absolutely respect the greed. You always go for the glory. Every single time.
back into it, get a power proc, and end the hunt pretty quick there at a 4-minute and 34-second clear.
That's pretty good.
So a solid sub 5 to start us off, solid strats, but some things went wrong. Let's jump into the next hunt and see what
DJ Johnny and Nightside!
329, nearly a full minute faster. How did they do that? Well, it's the same setup, set 2 and 3 being used, so we're seeing that trend. The difference here is instead of swapping to SNS, the Hunting Horn user stayed on the Hunting Horn. Hunting Horn, as we've seen with Omega, is doing insane.
Hunting Horn is a beast of a weapon. A lot of people are discarding the Hunting Horn as support, and usually whenever I refer to Hunting Horn as support for Omega, I'm just saying like, okay, the Hunting Horn user will likely pop some heals while he's doing his thing, because it's just focused on the buff, so it just makes sense. But Hunting Horn is an absolute beast when it comes to Monster Hunter Wilds, and I think a lot of people are sleeping on it. I've actually been working on a new Hunting Horn set. I haven't finished it because I have to go back to low rank and grind a bunch of materials because I need to craft the Arkveld Hunting Horn. But yeah, I'm going to be doing a support Hunting Horn set. By support, I mean it will have support skills, but it's also going to bump some deeps, which is probably going to be a pretty beastly Hunting Horn set for Omega. That's something I've been working on.
In terms of output, especially with the benefits of easier placement of the echo bubbles lately, the reverbing hits those provides, the hilt stab, and the general
Oh, by the way, is the
strong.
audio good?
Anyway, the hunt leads into an early offset from that Horn user, bringing Rathalos down for a nice DPS window. Awesome to see some offsets. It landed importantly in pre-set up echo bubbles for proper DPS. That alongside the impressive blunt KO build-up on the head, the Horn actually brings down the Rathalos a second time for another DPS window, so it's working overtime. Again, interestingly, is how the glaive user maintains their essence instead of dumping and recovering like you might normally see. It's the Hunting Horn user that's spending all of their wounds by focus striking it. This is because it has a longer animation, interrupting Rathalos for longer, letting the glaive deal great DPS. But obviously, it involves the echo bubbles and keeping their placement good. Things do go wrong though. Their flash pod did whiff, which means it didn't bring down Rathalos, which would have been a huge DPS window. Towards the end of the hunt, we do see the Rising Spiral Slashes being used a bit for some good output. Since it's towards the end, they don't need to get the essence back, and they ultimately result in a 329 kill time, which is obviously over a minute faster, so pretty impressive.
Really
Moving
good.
on though, we have the third team's attempt, where we'll do some quicker talks from here. Finally, we're seeing a different weapon being used. We have the heavy bowgun from set 2, where the other player used—
Boo! Imagine using heavy bowgun. Boo! I'm joking. Everybody chill. Everybody chill. Everybody chill. The only gun in this game is the gun lance. Everybody knows it is what it is. It's that simple.
Using the third set again with Hunting Horn and Sword and Shield, but it's still set 2 and 3 once more. They open the fight with SNS early instead of using Hunting Horn or buffing strats, and go for an early KO. The heavy bowgunner has some interesting potential here, with pierce ammo to, run down the length of Wrath, the fact that the bowgun can perfect guard, or to set up a clash DPS window, or offset in a pinch. And when they did go for their offset, sadly it didn't land.
That poor Sword and Shield user, I feel so bad. The sword is like, He's trying to hit Rathalos.
Which would have had some big impact. They use a variety of ammo
I feel that.
Cluster bombs initially, a bit of potential spread use early, a lot of water ammo for the element, and poison for that status, which maybe should have been used a lot earlier. And we see they're going to use their gauge to machine gun fire throughout any knockdown or power proc for those DPS windows. Despite all of that, the hunt ends with a 5-minute and 6-second clear time, which is the slowest of the 3 so far, but actually puts it overall, I believe, at 4th place. So things take an interesting twist from here. For our next team, we finally see a proper fresh loadout. This one, again, heavy bowgun. Then our first longsword of the day. Unfortunately, things go very messy in this hunt.
Good. Longsword players get what they deserve. I'm sorry, I'm joking. I love the memes.
Where there's a good approach, but it just goes wrong. The gunner carts to the same attack we saw the first cart of the tournament of, which was the Fire Breath Drag, super deadly. Ever since Rise, I've been very wary of that attack. And
Here
sadly, a second cart happens, this time for the longsword user, only for a third cart with the gunner to go down not long after that. Despite this, they still manage a 555, so sub 6 is still impressive considering 3 carts. But while there was potential here, it just went wrong. And I don't begrudge them for this. In front of a crowd on the stage, the pressure is...
The pressure is crazy if you're doing stuff like this, by the way, absolutely. Unless you're like me and you just don't care. if you're actually trying to like do proper time, I'd be in there just like, yep, don't care, let's go.
A lot higher. And in a speedrun environment, when you make the first major mistake, it's often just over. And in this context, you can't reset, which is hard on the mental. But that brings us to the fifth team, which is hilariously and wonderfully using 2 longswords. These chads are going for
Heresy. 2 longswords? What the fuck, bro?
it with the counter spam and the solid respectful range of longsword against a flying enemy. I really like it in the arena environment against Wrath and Rathian. But to cut to the chase for this pair, it doesn't go great. There's 2 carts with each player going down once. The first cart was to the fire breath drag, of course. The second was more of an awkward moment, going for a foresight sort of counter, but messing up the timing, leaving them exposed to the following fire shot that takes them out. So as much as I respect this fun setup, it goes wrong and ultimately leads to a 544 clear. So not last place, which is reasonable considering. But I think from that, we can see that from the 3 sets, set 2 and 3 has the best potential in combination. So for our last team of the day, I noticed in their little interview how serious these guys were. They talked about focusing on heavy consistency to get the top time they got with the first hunt. They claim to have ran the specific hunt many times in prep and have a very good plan in mind. So let's take a look. So it's set 2 and 3 again, with the hunting horn and insect glaive specifically, of course. But differently here, the players grab burst pods as they drop down. One of the players explained that if they fired this at the ground, it kind of draws the attention of Wrath, meaning it lands so they're the first team to actually be able to land a sneak attack. So that's huge damage and CC for the setup.
Cheaters!
It's a big role because the hunting horn user gets to quickly prep all their songs in that moment. The hunting horn user sets up their bubbles, while the glaive user stands in on top of that. Holding position as best they can in the bubbles, the glaive user immediately pops the rocksteady to ignore the roll, maintain DPS, and general damage reduction. Then they get an air flinch for some safe DPS, which then leads into a full knockdown with the damage on the head for fantastic DPS in that window. Plus, it's on the edge of the echo bubbles, so I think they're working. They both heavily focus on the head to maximize the hit zone, the glaive user spamming rising slash, but never going for the spiral essence dump to maintain DPS at the head. This is because they're letting the hunting horn user engage with the wounds like we saw earlier. So it's the longer interruption, DPS freedom for the glaive during it, but again helping set up more echo bubbles at the same time, which is clearly worth it. Again, the glaive user has Flare 5 on that set, which helps them engage with the wounds.
I just wanted to point out something, which, you know, if you guys are not familiar with Hunting Horn, you might not notice, but this guy, Kurai over here, playing the Hunting Horn, he actually knows exactly what he's doing, because one of the things that is tricky because, you know, a lot of people might be feeling tempted to play Hunting Horn because they have like the good setup, they have good buffs for the team. It's just like a really good weapon. And because it is that third loadout or whatever it is that also comes with the flash, it's just like a very good weapon for you to use for this specific quest. So I'm assuming that some of the speedrunners that were running this, they might not be Hunting Horn mains. I don't know if this guy plays Hunting Horn a lot or not, but I can tell you that he's definitely practiced the fuck out of it, because one of the things about the Hunting Horn that I always find somewhat tricky is the
glaive during
the focus strike. Like if you see in the focus strike here, notice how he has 2 echo wave blunts already set up. And in the focus strike, he's going to go in there and he's going to land another echo wave blunt, landing all 5 notes and setting up for the next melody that he's going to be using. And that is how you can tell whether or not somebody knows what they're doing with the Hunting Horn, is how good they are at inputting notes during the focus strike. I mean, that's not the only thing, obviously, placing down the bubbles, but inputting notes while you're doing the bubbles. But like landing the 5 notes consistently at the right cadence to do the proper maximum damage of focus strike is...
But again, helping set up more echo bubbles
1,
at the same
2,
time,
3,
which is
4,
clearly
5. Boom.
Again,
lands
the glaive
all
user
of
has
them.
Flare 5
and
on that
goes
set,
in instantly with 3 echo wave blunt performances on top of the friggin' echo
wounds,
bubbles to
and
go
then
with
let
it.
the Hunting Horn user actually use them. As soon as that ends, the Horn user moves to the side with a flash pod prepped for yet another DPS window.
And another
both of them.
one.
This is
2,
where
3,
things get a bit
4,
more messy
5.
for most runners.
Doing both self-improvement as well as Echo Wave. No, he
thankfully,
only did Echo Wave Blunt. Never mind. But yeah, he's already
it goes
got
well for this team.
all the
and the
Echo
moment
Wave
Wrath
blunts.
gets flying, it flings itself back in straight into a hunting.
Oh, the offset, bro. What the fuck? I'm over here singing this guy's praises. And it's like, let me just casually land this offset real quick.
Offset, which again holds it in place.
What a Chad.
DPS window.
What a fucking
that
Chad.
Really seals the deal as Wrath dies at an incredible time of 2 minutes and 29. By far the fastest time. Again, a full minute ahead of second place, which is crazy. So set 3 is the most popular set, with set 2 closely behind that, for specifically Hunting Horn and Insect Glaive as the most used weapons of the 6. We also saw no Charge Blade today, but with the sets, the skills and items you get, it plays a heavy role in this context. Rocksteady Mantle, the Flash Pod, they're very valuable, but then the skills that you have and how much you engage with them. This does relatively line up with the weapon rankings and the outputs we've seen from the many that I've done. Hunting Horn remaining near the top right now, Insect Glaive being a top 5 performer for a lot of rankings. But I think their strategy and how they engaged with the skill sets of the loadouts was the biggest deal. But yeah, that brings us to the end then. Third place with a 434, the team that used Insect Glaive and Hunting Horn but swapped to SNS off the Horn. Second place with a 329, the team with the Glaive but then consistent use of the Hunting Horn instead of buffing.
Nightside
but
and
obviously
DJ Johnny.
A couple things
Love
went wrong
those
for
guys.
them. And finally, first place with an incredible 229, maximizing the loadout, the items, the clear focus of the Glaive and Horn working in the best team play we saw, the burst pods being used, the sneak attack. I would say loadout 3 was the clear winner. So props to them, this was great to see. So I hope you guys enjoyed my recap and my overview of the event. It's really nice to see Capcom do this kind of thing and see some dedicated players with some clever strats for the situation. Shout out again to Lord Vietna and Jal Bagel for doing the commentary and interviews, Joe Bustos, our CM, for running it. And again, I really hope we see more of this in the future. In fact, Josh was telling me about something happening in France soon, so we might talk about that
there's
too. Until next time.
There's Paris Games Week coming up, but yeah, this was awesome. Thank you very much to the guys over there at Rage Gaming for giving us this recap. That was really good because unfortunately I have a pretty packed couple of days. It's going to be kind of hard to go and watch the whole thing. But yeah, that was really good. Really enjoyed it. That was cool stuff. In other Monster Hunter news, next week we're also going to be getting the special event. It's going to be like the Halloween spooky themed event type of situation. We're going to get some more event quests. We're going to also be getting Art Tempered, New Udra. Going to be some fun times. And during that event, I'll also be running more Savage Omegas as well for the community. Ephiston215, thank you very much for making 5 people grossly incandescent. Tip of the hat. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it.
If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
And by the way, I don't know why Stream Elements still does it like this. It's kind of weird how it just like it announces the thing 5 times and there's nothing that apparently I can do to stop it. I need to go into the back end of the thing to see if we can improve on that. But yeah, wonder how cracked Arc Tempered Octopus will be. I don't think it will be too much because like he's probably the easiest 9-5. He always dies the fastest. You confirmed you won't go to Paris Games Week for the Festa, right? Yeah, I'm not going to be going. I was thinking about going, but it's too much, right? I've just sat here at the start of the stream and talked to you guys how I've been overwhelmed and time has been a problem. And I'm like, oh yeah, so I'm going to go to Paris Games Week. No, I can't do that. I need to spend more time. I need and want to spend more time with my family. I need to like figure out my work-life balance, figure out that whole situation. So no. However, I will be doing something special when I get the Paris Games Week thing that I ordered. So I ordered, there were these trading cards that you can get from Paris Games Week. And I ordered a box. I don't know if it's a box. I think it's the box of boosters. I ordered a box of boosters. So we're going to be doing like a pack opening stream to see if we can get all the cards from the collection. And it'd be cool if I can figure out a way to give away the cards that I get repeated or something. I want to see if I can figure out a way to do that. It's just annoying because like dealing with shipping stuff and whatnot is really annoying, but I would like to give those away. Just take the family to Paris with you. Oh yeah, let's just spend a buttload of money on that. No, dude, I could do that. I got to say, the Spooky Grand Hub looks so dope. It looks really cool. Yeah, I like it. It's funny that Title Update 3 features Jin the Hod getting his ass kicked, and Title Update 4 will bring his arc-tempered version. I didn't... Oh yeah, it does make sense, because he's the only one left. I was about like, why are we getting Jin arc-tempered? It's like, yeah, it makes sense. He's the only one left, so yeah, we should be getting that. It's gonna be revenge. He's gonna be beating Omega's face. It's an octopus, though. They could make it impossible to get close. I don't know. I don't think they'll do that. Unless they nerf it. But New Udra is supposedly going to be 9 stars, right? Yeah, we should get Arc-Tempered Arcveld. I think Arc-Tempered Arcveld will probably come on its own title update. I don't think it'll come in title update 4, because I don't think that's going to be the last one, because we still have to get the Shattered Greatsword or whatever. No Arc-Tempered Gore? Why would you want Arc-Tempered Gore when you can just get Shigaru? How? Just get Shigaru, bro. Who needs Arc-Tempered Gore when you can have Shigaru? Shaggy in there. Shigaru might be for the expansion. I hope we get Shigaru and Chaotic. I'm so scared of Chaotic, though. Can you imagine Chaotic with, you know, in line with the power creep of Gore Magawa? That'll be crazy. You saw the Azrox 9070 XT Monster Wilds edition? What? No, I hadn't seen it. It says Arcveld. I mean, the 1970 is a good GPU from my from what I've seen so far. Probably, I mean, Mr. Tummy Giggles has one. Would you say it's probably one of the best deal in GPUs right now? The 1970? Because I think it's like, it's got some stuff where it's even better than mine. At least it can do FSR 4. I think it might just be one of the best deals. Depends on if you can get it for MSRP. Oh, right. Yeah, of course. But let's just assume MSRP. MSRP-wise, would it be one of the best deals in GPUs right now? By the way, I'm not sponsored by AMD before people start saying, because my computer also uses AMD. 2 of my PCs have AMDs. My streaming rig uses an Intel, though. But, yeah. At MSRP, it's one of the best. Yeah. I mean, AMD's been having, like, good... it's been having good value to performance ratio, I would definitely say. Best deal for GPUs as far as MSRP, yeah. Do you think we'll be seeing the expansion in late 2026, or do you think they'll push it to 2027? I don't know. I feel like 2026 might be too early. I feel like it would be wise for them to push it to 2027. I mean, 2027 also makes the most sense if they're going to pull another, oh, let's get that out before fiscal year, like, you know, February/March. Let's hope they at least get the performance thing under wraps, which is still the biggest issue. Depends on how angry the investors get. Oh, I'm just so tired of, like, investors and shit when it comes to our industry. It's actually a serious problem right now. Honestly, Chaotic Gore Magala is my favorite from the Magala family. Its design incorporates both the young and adult version. Its music theme poses both of them together. It's pretty good. Do you think Capcom has completely forgotten about and abandoned Dragon's Dogma 2? It definitely feels that way. I wish they wouldn't, because I still love Dragon's Dogma 2. I just feel like there were some really strange decisions made with Dragon's Dogma 2. Like the thing where you only fight the real endgame monsters once. It's like, what are you doing, bro? You guys made Monster Hunter. You know we want to fight these things more than once. Why would you? What? It was weird. I had a fantastic time with Dragon's Dogma 2. I think they can absolutely fix Dragon's Dogma 2. Add replayability when you're in, when you're in the post-game stuff. Add some replayability there. Add a couple of things, like add an expansion like you've done for Dark Arisen, where it focuses on a more condensed area rather than that big open world. Like, bro, they could improve that game like tenfold, and it still has some of the best combat that you can have in an RPG like that. Absolutely. So I would very much love to see them do more with that game. I definitely hope it's not dead, because we had to wait so long. We had to wait, what was it, like 2 decades? We had to wait for the game? I felt later parts of the game is extremely barren in terms of quests. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. Like I said, there should have been more replayability in the red area of the game. Where are you going to play FF Tactics? I don't know if I'll do it on stream. I do want to check out that game. We'll see. Hasn't the dude who was the creator of Dragon's Dogma left Capcom? Yep. He left Capcom, went to another studio. Was it NetEase or was it Tencent? I think it was a Tencent studio. Lightspeed Studios or whatever it was. I think that's Tencent backed, right? Isn't it Tencent that's backing them? I think it showed here. Yeah, Tencent Games. That's where he's at. He's working. I think he's working on what is going to be like his last RPG or something like that. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what comes out of that. We'll see. Did you see the Monster Hunter Stories 3 character customization from Gamescom Days yet? Nope, not yet. Yeah. The design context weapon was supposed to release next year, I think. He did, but he didn't direct Dark Arisen, which is what most people's favorite part of the original, so the DLC is not out of the question. It's not out of the question, but it's like, you would expect Capcom to do something where the one thing that they did for the game was they added a easier mode. Which is like, the game's already not that hard. Not sure if an easy mode is the way to go, but yeah. Can't wait for his Pokemon ZA review. Bro, the Pokemon ZA stuff, I don't even have it on here. The fact that it's just like, it is, again, Game Freak just doing minimum viable product. That's the way that I look at it. I've seen the complaints online. There's no voice acting. I remember reacting to that in Sword and Shield, because that was the one that I played all the way through in streams. And I remember reacting to that when we got to the singing part. I was like, what the fuck is this? It was so incredibly pathetic. It's not like this is a $1 billion IP or anything like that. Like, the people programming that game are acting like they're working on some indie IP or some bullshit. It is ridiculous. And by the way, I got nothing against if people want to play it, people want to enjoy it. Let people enjoy what they want. Because I feel like recently there's been a lot of animosity towards people that want to enjoy games. And as somebody that's been on the receiving end of that, obviously for Monster Hunter Wilds, it's just like, listen, let people play with that whatever the hell they want. Just let them play what they want. Don't mess with people trying to fuck with. But at the same time, people playing those games maybe don't defend the fact that, stuff like voice acting is kind of like the bare minimum in a $1 billion IP. I don't know. At least I can look forward to Neo 3 in a few months, though the sheer number of invisible walls in the demo was concerning. Yeah. I feel like Neo 3 also feels somewhat dated, but then again, I feel like that's what a lot of people want, so it's whatever. I don't know what the solution is. I've always felt like Koei Tecmo often struggles a bit with stuff like that, their games feeling dated. Like another one that I... Wait, no, that was not... Is that Koei Tecmo? Oh, it's Omega Force, right? Is God Eater Koei Tecmo? No, it's not. God Eater is Bandai Namco. Does this have anything to do with Koei Tecmo? For some reason, I was associating those two. No, it's not. For some reason, I always associate God Eater with Koei Tecmo. But yeah, there's stuff in Koei Tecmo where sometimes some of their games just feel a little bit dated, like friggin' Neo 2 also felt a little bit like that. Wu Chang was fantastic. I loved Wu Chang. Dude, Rise of the Ronin? Oh my god. Talk about feeling dated. Holy shit. Rise of the Ronin felt giga dated. People make me and Cowboy eat shit sandwiches because we high criticized Rise of the Ronin. I don't give a crap. Are you playing Ninja Gaiden 4 in 2 days? Probably not. I don't have any contacts at Microsoft or whatever, and we're going to be covering the event week for Monster Hunter Wilds. I might be playing it a little bit later. We'll see how that pans out. But I want to do the events for Monster Hunter Wilds. Probably do the probably do some more Omega runs, and then eventually we might do some Ninja Gaiden 4. You're an event week, mate. Yes, I am. I am an event week. Are you getting back into Ghost of Yotei soon? It didn't grab me nearly as much as Tsushima. Like, when I played Tsushima, at the very beginning, it was like I started playing it. And the moment I started playing Tsushima, I was like, man, I can't stop. I can't stop playing this game. I love it. And Yotei was more like, oh, this feels like it'll be a fun open world game. Which is nothing wrong with that. But it didn't give me that visceral grab that Tsushima instantly did. The moment I got into Tsushima, it was like the game just grabbed me and it's like, you're mine. And Yotei wasn't able to pull the same thing. Loving Yotei so far, 20 hours in, but I don't think they should do a third. Yeah, I don't know. Yotei's story is not well like Tsushima. It feels like they're even trying to go, they're trying to go like all Kill Bill with the Yotei 6 and all of this stuff, which feels like it'd be something that I enjoy because I'm a massive Tarantino fan. So it feels like it should pull me in even more, but it just didn't. So I don't know. It's like I could have kept playing it, but I don't know if it would have been an interesting stream. I might play it off stream, and that might be the way that I tackle that, and then just do a video afterwards. Finished Yotei, it's a nice upgrade to Tsushima, but feels like a 1.5 rather than a full sequel. Yotei gets repetitive very quick. It overstayed its welcome for me, but visually it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's drop dead gorgeous, because the engine that they're using for those games is fantastic. I'm just disappointed they didn't even continue the story with Jin. Seems like there was more story to tell with Jin. Maybe have him face the Shogun or something. I don't know. Tarantino? Rurikhan foot fan confirmed. No, Rurikhan Tarantino fan confirmed. Has nothing to do with feet. I really loved the first 1/3 of Tsushima. 2/3 in, I was getting bored. What's the next game for Ruri? I'm playing Monster Hunter Wilds right now. I'm not really overly concerned about what's next. Let's put it like that. We're taking our sweet time. Imagine how good it will look in PC in 2027. Yeah. You start Ghost of Tsushima right now, that feeling comes back. Ghost of Yote is a good game, but I've not finished it. I'll have another 2-3 hours left, but not pulling me to finish. Yeah, it's... when do we expect Expedition 33? I do need to get... I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. Again, it's a time thing. It's just a time thing. Monster Hunter GU stream when? There's actually something that should be happening with Monster Hunter soon. With an old Monster Hunter that does involve me in some capacity, but I don't know if it's been publicly announced what is happening with that. It has nothing to do with Capcom. It's just a collab. But yeah, we'll see. I actually been thinking a lot about replaying Soul Sacrifice. That's one of the things that's kind of haunted me because I never finished Soul Sacrifice Delta, and I kind of want to go back and play that. No, it's not voice acting at all. It's nothing like that. I already said it doesn't involve Capcom. So don't even think about that. That's cool. So when's the GU stream? You gotta beat Expedition 33 before the Game Awards. It's like Expedition 33 would probably have to be not a stream thing. That's the issue. Because streaming that is just a surefire way of getting the algorithm to shoot me in the face nowadays. It's just the way that it is. Rhea voice actor in Monster Hunter, wouldn't I like that? Since we are suggesting Monster Hunter now stream when? Okay, so that one I can safely tell you never. I'm never playing Monster Hunter now. That's just not happening. I'm fine with just a video after you finish it because it's an amazing game. I should do it. A lot of people talk. I'll probably... I think I was playing already in normal difficulty because I'm not very good at turn-based games. Man, I have my PS Vita to this day for Soul Sacrifice Delta. Let's go. I have a Vita TV. That was one of the few things that I brought back from the warehouse. Like, check this. See that? That's a PlayStation TV, which is basically the console form of the PlayStation Vita. So we would be able to stream using this. If I put it together with this thing, which is an HDMI that gets rid of the HDCP protection of the Vita TV. Which is so ridiculous, but yeah, that would be something that I would like to stream, and I think it would be fun. Will you try Fellowship game? I think covered in the past. I tried it in the past. Has it improved? Like, I've seen that you've been playing it because you were talking about it before the stream, I think. Is the matchmaking any good on that? I don't think I have it on Steam. I don't know if the beta they gave me access to, if that granted access to. Doesn't seem like I have it, so I'd have to buy it. How much does it cost? Oh, it's 22 bones. It's my biggest concern is that I don't know. I'm so unsure about the matchmaking. Because, like, the thing is, I don't have anybody to play this with. And I don't know about the matchmaking of this game. Very concerned with that. Because I remember not liking the matchmaking during the alpha. Or have you tried Arc Raiders? I don't care about extraction shooters. A game of nothing but WoW dungeons sounds pretty unappealing to me. The other thing to me is not even about whether or not it's WoW dungeons. It was also the animations, because one of the big things about WoW is I like the animations. They're simple, but they're very fluid. The animations in Fellowship when I played it were not as fluid. You can play with Frank, bro. If I never play another video game with Frank as long as I live, I'd be a happier human being. Hearing a hunter in an actual Monster Hunter game say, keep your shields up or for the glory would be nice. You do it for the glory! For the glory! Edier and me are planning to go into dungeons. Sounds good. Triarch Raiders feel so overhyped if you're not a fan of extraction shooters already. Will do very little to pull you in. That's the thing. I feel like a lot of video games that get announced nowadays, everybody just kind of wants to jump in because it's the latest thing. Like the amount of people that have asked me if I'm going to play Arc Raiders, right? Like what just happened right now. It's like, you should know I don't play extraction shooters. I don't care for extraction shooters. Same way that people were asking me, you're going to play Battlefield 6? No. I don't care about Battlefield 6 or Call of Duty or... I don't care about any of that stuff. Okay, so I guess it's time we talk about some serious stuff. We got to talk about this. So... this is a situation that happened during TwitchCon to a streamer by the name of Emiru. She is or was, I don't know, I don't keep up with the goings on of streamers. She at least used to be with OTK. I'm assuming she still is, maybe she's not. And there's a clip here of what happened. So they're at the con, and this absolute creep, this absolute fucking creep just goes in there and tries to kiss her in the mouth. Like, what is this? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, do you guys see this shit? Do you see how unhinged this shit is? Like, this is absolutely fucking unhinged, bro. Like, what is it? How does it even get to the point where this dude is able to just get in there, skip lines, do all of this, and then go up to the streamer, try to kiss her? And this, by the way, this is not Twitch staff security. This is her own personal security who came in and intervened because Twitch staff did fuck all. As a matter of fact, the news that was being reported by the media, was it yesterday or the day before? I forget. Was Emiru allegedly sexually assaulted. The fuck do you mean allegedly, bro? Allegedly? Allegedly? Allegedly?
Whoa.
Allegedly, people were reporting. I'm like, what the fuck? There's absolutely, this is absolutely disgusting. This is absolutely unacceptable in any location, regardless if it's a convention, regardless if it's a coffee shop in the middle of the fucking street, regardless if it's a streamer, or regardless if it's just a random girl or a random guy. Unacceptable by any stretch of anything, literally. That guy should just straight up go to jail. I'm not even exaggerating. That guy should be on a fucking record. There should be a list. And that guy should be on that list. Ban this motherfucker from going near schools, public schools. The fuck know what this guy is doing out there. This is absolutely insane. This is absolutely asinine. So here's what Emiru had to say about this. Hello everyone, I'm okay and thank you for all the kind messages. Sorry I cannot respond to them all. Yesterday the man who assaulted me was allowed to cross multiple barriers at TwitchCon and even in front of another creator's meet and greet to grab me and my face to try and kiss me. Fortunately, he wasn't able to, but a lot of people have pointed out it could have been a lot worse. Yeah, it could have. I'm obviously shaken up by what happened, but it's not the first time I've dealt with something like this. But to tell you honestly, I'm a lot more hurt and upset how Twitch handled it during and after the fact. Like I said, I don't understand how he was allowed to make it to me in the first place. Security in the clip who reacts as my own security. It's true that my favorite and usual security guard was banned for holding a stalker's arm to bring him to the police at a past TwitchCon. So I just want people to understand. So her previous security guard, somebody was stalking her, and he grabbed this person by the arm, took them to the police, and he was banned. The person doing Twitch security's job was banned from TwitchCon because he grabbed a stalker by the arm. That's crazy. However, there were at least 3 or 4 other TwitchCon security staff in the area who did not react and let the guy walk away, as you can see in the clip, since they don't even appear in the frame. See, this is one of those situations where you get what you pay for, and obviously, our man, what's his name, Dan Clancy? Our man Dan Clancy ain't really spending that much money on security, so you get what you pay for, okay? You pay $5 for security, guess what? You're going to get $5 worth of security people, which is why those people just they don't care. They don't give a fuck. The woman who is walking me away is my own personal manager, and behind the booth, the only 2 people who are checking on me and comforting me were her and my friend. None of the TwitchCon staff came to ask what happened or if I was okay. My friend who was present told me Twitch security were also behind the booth afterwards, joking about how they didn't even see what happened and immediately laughing and moving on to talk about something else, as if this is not something serious. So if no one was checking if I was okay or if I needed anything and they let the guy run away initially, I have no idea what anyone hired to keep the event safe was doing, lol. In Twitch's statement, they said that the guy was immediately caught and detained. I'm sorry, that was a blatant lie. He was allowed to walk away from my meet and greet, and I didn't hear he was caught until hours after he attacked me. It felt like this only happened because of my manager pressing for it, not because TwitchCon staff present thought it was a big deal. I have a lot more I want to say, and I'll straight on stream later today instead of writing a book on here. Thank you guys again. Sorry you all had to see that. This is definitely my last TwitchCon, and it saddens me to say, as a 10-year off and on attendee of TwitchCon, I think other creators should seriously consider not attending in the future. I did not feel cared for or protected, even bringing my own security and staff. I can't imagine how creators without those options would feel. Stay safe, y'all. Everything is going to be okay. This is absolutely asinine. This is completely unacceptable. I have no idea what the fuck Twitch is doing. This is not a safe environment because you guys have to keep in mind, Emiru is like a super high profile streamer. I believe she's probably one of the biggest streamers on the goddamn website. At least one of the biggest American streamers, because obviously when you start going to other nations, like there's some nations out there, like I think particularly Spanish-speaking streamers, they're just like giga huge. But yeah, Emiru is one of the bigger personalities in the website, and this was allowed to happen to her. Now imagine, you know, other streamers that are getting like, I don't even know how many concurrents we have right now on Twitch because I'm not watching the numbers. Let's see, like we have on Twitch is like 34 people watching us on Twitch. On YouTube we have like 300 people. But let's say your standard 200 viewer Andy, like you think they're gonna give a fuck about what happens to those people? Imagine like another female streamer that's only like a 200 streamer Andy getting assaulted, nobody even knows. How many of these cases are even happening right now at TwitchCon where there's like 200 viewer streamers that are getting assaulted? And you guys might think, oh, this doesn't happen that much, it's not that bad. Now I'm going to tell you guys a story, and I'm not going to say any names of the people involved, even though those of you who've been with me long enough will likely be able to recognize the people involved in this particular situation. This was several years ago. It was at BlizzCon. But basically, I was there with a bunch of friends. You guys might be aware, back in Squadron days, all of that. And one of the people there was also a female, is also a female, and she was there with us. And apparently there was like this big donator from her stream. He shows up at this bar. We're doing like this after party thing where there was also like a meet and greet for squad and whatnot. And this was one of the most uncomfortable things that I had to do in my life, which is just like this big donator dude shows up there, asks her to sit on his lap, and she does so. And it's like, me and a couple of my friends were about to intervene. It was like, hey, what the fuck did it? And she was like, no, it's fine. It's fine. So this is a culture that in a certain way is kind of like fomented in Twitch. It was so weird to me. And again, I don't want to talk too much about that because I don't know how much the people involved want to talk about it. It's none of my business nowadays, and it happened like so long ago. But it's just fucking weird, bro. Like, it doesn't matter if you're like the biggest donator of a female streamer. You don't just ask her to sit on your lap. That's weird. That's fucking weird, dude. She was the one pushing us off because I was like, no, that's not fucking cool, dude. It's fucking weird. It's weird, dude. It's fucking weird. People are fucking weird, bro. Like, I understand parasocial relationships and all of that, but it's fucking weird, dude. It's just one of those situations, man, that this should have never been allowed to happen. It's absolutely asinine that this has happened. It's absolutely asinine, the Twitch reaction. There was a clip. Let me see if I can actually find that. There was a clip I even posted about this. Yeah, it's this one. Like, look at this. So apparently there's this interview that Taylor Lorenz was doing with Dan Clancy. And this interview will be coming out full like on Wednesday or whatever. But like, let's have a wee bit of a listen in on this, shall we?
And others. Obviously, we saw one Twitch streamer yesterday, Amaru, get assaulted by a male fan, and a lot of streamers have, especially female streamers, have talked about, you know, the danger that they feel from these sort of toxic, I guess, parasocial kind of creeps. What are you guys doing to prioritize safety? Because I know also a bunch of Twitch content creators said that they were too scared to even come to TwitchCon this year, just in case something like what happened yesterday would happen.
The safety of our creators is the top priority. The challenge we face is a challenge.
Sure as hell doesn't seem like it, Dan Clancy. There's a bunch of people already saying that they didn't feel comfortable about shit that has happened in previous TwitchCons, and you're over here saying this is our top priority.
In today's society, it's not limited to Twitch. It extends throughout our society.
It's not limited to Twitch. It's not our problem. Oh, by the way, I forgot to swap to this. Here we go. It's not limited to Twitch. It's not our problem. Not us. He's copying your style. Yeah, dude likes Outback hats. I can't blame him for having good taste in hats.
I do think that when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people,
when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people. So wait, what?
Can make it so that those people that you don't want engaging with you and participating with you aren't there. Okay, it's
you can make it so that those people aren't there.
Different, you know, when I use other short form content and people say all sorts of stuff, well, I can't stop.
It's her fault, obviously. Everybody can tell it's Emiru's fault. She should have absolutely have a better handle on the people that go to her stream. This is not a failure of Twitch security at all.
That. But when I live stream, they basically don't bother me. Now, what happened yesterday obviously was something that we care deeply about, securing this environment. You know, we're looking very closely at everything that happened there, and I care deeply.
Yeah, allegedly sexual assaulted.
About Emmy. She's a friend of mine, and so I want to see how we can support her. This is just something we have to...
We want to see how we can support her. Nobody checked in on her after she got sexually assaulted. Not a single person from Twitch staff checked in on her after she got sexually assaulted. Are you joking? We care deeply about this. She wrote it on the Twitter. She wrote it on her tweet. It's like, not a single person from Twitch staff came to check in on me.
This is just something we have to keep working on. I think everyone identifies our tools in terms of trust and safety as the leaders in the industry about helping creators, but that means there's always more work to be done because that's the world we live in now.
Demi had posted earlier today that I guess this fan was allowed to cross multiple barriers at TwitchCon. Why should streamers trust Twitch to keep them safe at TwitchCon? Because I feel like simultaneously this has been such a secure event to the point that even like journalists have had struggled. Like, you know, it is very secure, but here's this man that just walks up and is somehow able to bypass all these things. So why should they trust the platform when slip-ups or, you know, issues like this have happened?
Well, I mean, as you know, I think you toured some of what we do in terms of security. The reality is, even as you do a lot in terms of security in today's world, there are challenges that can present themselves, especially when someone is putting themselves out there, right? And so, you know, we try to work very closely with each creator about what they want to do and what works for them, right? So I don't want to get into any, you know, specific.
Yeah, like putting them under contract where they have to do a meet and greet to be considered the featured creator of TwitchCon. Because yes, she was under contract. She had to do that meet and greet. It was not an optional thing.
Specifics or details, but part of that is working with creators and, you know, trying to find, and right now we're definitely, you know, ramping it up to make sure creators know that we have the resources there to help them figure out what's right for them.
Yeah, right. Bro's full of shit. And this is why the thing that I mentioned in regards to this is like, Emiru gets sexually assaulted. Twitch CEO, guess you should have controlled her community better. There you go. That's how you get it done. Just like, why don't you just control your community better? Just sort it out. Like, what the fuck? But one of the interesting things that happened, which is not entirely related to this, I think that this was actually just another post that got suggested to me earlier today as I was looking. When was this posted, actually? October 19th. It was actually posted earlier today. It looks like I actually got it shortly after it was posted, but this was a really good post from CoCarnage where there's I'm assuming this is a fan, Guardian Angels, and he says, this is where we start the petition to have Co be the CEO of Twitch. It was in reply to something else that Co was talking about in terms of Twitch and stuff like that. And I was actually thinking about that. You know what? If CoCarnage was the CEO of Twitch, it would actually be really interesting. So CoCarnage posts this and he says, nah, firstly, I'm not qualified in any way, but thanks for thinking about me. Mainly, there's one important reason I could never lead or help lead Twitch. What I would do is not popular. What I would do, people wouldn't like. What I would do would lose money. What I would do is change the system fundamentally. What I do to Twitch would most likely not work. What does that mean? It means if it were up to me, Twitch would become about video games again. No IRL, no politics, nothing that isn't directly related to gaming culture in some way. And you know what? You know what, my brothers and sisters? I gotta say, that sounds like a fucking paradise. I gotta say, that would be about fucking time. I'm gonna be real. Though. When I started reading this, like, I don't know, something just like triggered and I was like, you know what? Maybe it is time we take back our fucking space. Maybe we should. Because, like, why is it that we as gamers, we used to have this website that it was just for gamers? Like, literally, some of you guys might not even be old enough to remember this, or maybe you were like, you know, preteens or something back in the day when Twitch was initially started. The reason Twitch was started, because before Twitch, we had Justin TV. Justin TV was a website that was just about ordinary live streaming. Twitch was an offshoot of Justin TV that was made just for gaming. Just for gaming. It was just, and as a matter of fact, back in the day, if you did not have gameplay in your stream, or if you weren't at least talking about video games, you could not stream on Twitch. And I'm just like, you know what? Maybe it is time for us to just go back to that. Like, I'm sorry, bro. There's a million different streaming websites out there. Maybe you can take your bathtub streams and you can take your politics streams and you can take your whatever the fuck streams and take them somewhere else. And maybe it is time that we do take back our space. it just really got me, man, we used to have it so good. It was just about gaming. It was all about gaming. Nowadays, gaming, I feel like, is getting less and less popular. And investors are going to start pulling away from gaming. This is also why we are seeing so many companies go ahead and de-investing from gaming. This is why you see a lot of companies like taking less chances, canceling projects that are maybe a little bit too risky, because gaming quite simply is not as popular. And people follow what is popular. What is popular right now? It's talking about fucking politics. I mean, here's an interesting thought. The fact that whether or not Hassan shocked his dog is a more important topic for the last 2 weeks than any other video game topic that we have on pretty much any fucking website. I have to say that's a bit of a fucking problem. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. It's all about politics nowadays. It's all about left versus right. It's all about like, oh, these protests, this thing that's happening, this other thing. It's like, bro, video games, man. Twitch used to be about fucking video games. This would be really cool. Actually, when Ko started spitting this, I was like, dude, my man fucking cooking. What Twitch was before it started to woo Amazon with the introduction of IRL, relaxing the broadcast rules, especially around sexual content, etc. So what I'm saying, what I would do is not only unfeasible, it is unrealistic to do what I'd want. It is not something I would do. IRL was a Pandora's box. You can't turn it off. You can't disable it. Actually, you can. You absolutely can. You can't disable it. Hell, at this point, I'd argue a huge portion of the platform doesn't even play or care about video games. They don't. He's absolutely correct. And that's a one-way process. That isn't something you fix. It's not something me or anyone could go in and bring back. Actually, it is. Put rules in place. Kick these people out. And also, to put it bluntly, at this point, there are so many IRL non-game viewers that it wouldn't be right to turn it off. Yes, it is. Yes, it fucking would be. You know what? Yes, it fucking would be. It started as a gaming website. What the fuck? It did. It started as a gaming website. Nobody asked for all this other bullshit. It was all... Why was it? Okay, you want to know why this ended up happening? It was because gaming was popular as fuck. And a bunch of people rode that popularity wave, and these people couldn't give two shits about gaming. They literally used gaming as the $2 whore down the street. They fucked that bitch till they had their fill, and then they left her in the street. That's what they fucking did. They rode the gaming hype wave that we had back when Twitch was all about gaming. They rode that wave, and once they got more popular, they said, well, ain't got to deal with this bullshit gaming thing anymore. Just gonna talk about politics or some other bullshit or fucking bathtub streaming, whatever the fuck you want. It's like, you know what? Fuck all that, man. Fucking bullshit. These people never cared about video games to begin with, and it fucking sucks. It does. And I know that I'm going to be called a gatekeeper with all of this, but like, man, I've just gotten to a point where it's like my feed is just fucking politics. There's barely anything that you can do around video games, especially if you happen to be an up-and-coming content creator trying to break into the gaming space. Good fucking luck, brother. Good fucking luck. It is crazy, dude. It is insane. It happened because Twitch was chasing growth at any cost. Absolutely. It did. And it's bad. It's bad, bro. Like, why can't they have their own fucking website somewhere else? I'm not gatekeeping. I'm just telling you to get... Actually, you know what? I am gatekeeping. Fuck it. Fuck it. Mask off. I am gatekeeping to gaming only on Twitch. Absolutely. Anyway, it's not for someone like me that could go in and break it back. Also, to put it bluntly, at this point, there's so many IRL non-game viewers that it wouldn't be right to turn it off. Yes, it would be. Fuck them. Twitch isn't about video games anymore. Sure, it has them, but they're no longer the star of the show. They're just another cast member. I would argue they're barely another cast member. Now, what's all this mean? It means I, or anyone, shouldn't want to change that. IRL is here to stay on Twitch and it's not going anywhere. So when people say things like this, my response, I'd much rather someone with resources steps up to make the Twitch of old, the streaming site for gamers by gamers, bring in a team of experienced industry leaders that make streaming what it is, DJ Wheat, FWiz, etc., and make a board of leaders that understands that the focus is casters, games, and viewers. That's it. Keep overhead as low as possible in the company to keep all the splits as high as possible, rebuild Paradise in new format. That's the future I'd like to see. IRL and non-game content having a consistent home that doesn't go anywhere, the current Twitch, and the core gamers of Twitch having a chance to return to that magical place we used to live in. And you want to know what would be the worst thing? Let me tell you what would happen, okay? Let me tell you what would fucking happen if this were to happen. If they were to like split things off, a lot of streamers would move to the thing and it would be smaller. It'd be a smaller platform, right? Be a smaller thing. Everybody be in there like chilling, building out their community. And eventually it would get popular as fuck because it always does. Because gaming has always been quality content every single time. Eventually it would get popular as fuck. You wanna know what happened? All these fucking people that are into like in the fucking clout game. Clout gang! Woo! Clout gang, let's go. Just want some clout. Let's go, baby. Make some money. All of these people would then try to come up with reasons to go post in the gaming part of the website. And they would fuck it all over again because they would use gaming once again as the $2 whore down the street to get their clout and get the fuck out. That's what a lot of these people fucking do. And they would do it again. They would do it again. It's disgusting. These people disgust me. Okay? They're absolutely disgusting. I have no love for these people. They ruined everything that they've touched. And it just fucking sucks. It just fucking sucks. And that's where we're at, you know? That's the future I'd like to see. Would this be financially feasible? I think so. A streamlined company would allow for higher subsplits, encouraging casters. I feel many game casters would also flock to the site as it could be built with all the same features of Twitch, but more gaming angled widgets. On top of that, the lack of IRL non-gaming means a beefy enforcement team would make the platform far more attractive to advertisers. Yeah, because we wouldn't have to worry about the bathtub streams, the fucking nip slips, and all the other issues, or, you know, fucking terrorists supporting streamers and all this other nonsense that goes on in the goddamn website, and they could just focus on games. Assuming the numbers would be anywhere close, lol. In terms of content, especially in game dev cases, making sure the audience that sees your advertisement actually wants your product. Basically, yeah, it would need some love, but I absolutely think a new platform would be viable over time. Hell, Bezos could fund this himself and just make it a sister site to Twitch. No, because Bezos doesn't give a fuck. But yeah, nothing in this tweet is new. I feel like a lot of us have felt this way over the years. We kind of feel like we lost our home. We did! We fucking did! And we want to go home. Yeah, we did. We did lose our home. We lost it a long time ago. And this isn't just in Twitch. It's the same thing on YouTube. There are so many things that are parading as gaming content on YouTube now are absolutely nasty. Like, it's just like, come on, man. The fuck out of here. I absolutely agree with what Co-Carnage is saying. Absolutely. 100%, 200%, fucking 10 toes down, as people say. Fuck this. If this were to happen, the owners would eventually just sell out again. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the issue, is that people keep using gaming as a vehicle to reach peak cloud status. And it just disgusts me, man. So many people that are involved in this and don't care about gaming at all. And this, by the way, is one of the reasons why gaming is increasingly less popular. Gaming is actually getting less popular, and that's something that I feel like we don't talk about enough. But gaming is, in fact, getting less popular because all of the, you know, big talking points from these people that attach themselves to gaming culture and then branched off to do their political bullshit and whatever, a lot of these people now are taking the attention away from gaming. And what ends up happening is a lot of the growth that gaming achieved through content creators and stuff like that is leaving the platforms as the algorithms adapt to get more engagement and get more rage bait on people's faces, because that's all that it is about nowadays. It's engagement, rage bait, all this bullshit, and that's the only thing the algorithms care about, and that is causing gaming to be less popular, which in turn is going to cause investors to divest from the industry. Although, if you are a gamer and not just a content creator, I actually think that might end up being a good thing, because as investors divest from the industry, you're going to see a lot of studios begin to shut down and shit like that. But at the same time, you're also going to see more crazy AA games that are going to be giga successful. Shit like Expedition 33. Those things are going to become more and more common because people are going to start choosing those games over choosing the AAA games that we are getting, which are kind of like, due to the ridiculous amount of investment that is put in that game, they have to appeal to the widest possible audience, and they can no longer do niche video games. And I think you're going to be seeing a lot better games in the future, but I think that's also going to be costing a lot of AAA studios lives, essentially. A lot of AAA studios are going to implode, as we have been seeing with Ubisoft forming off like shell companies and EA selling out to the Saudis and all of this other stuff. Gaming isn't owned by gamers, it is owned by bankers, investors, and shareholders that only care about a number that goes up. Well, I think as gaming becomes less popular, there are going to be some interesting side effects that are going to end up being to our benefit. We'll see. Arknight, it's insane how you can avoid all political and cringe sexual content like the plague, and yet it always finds you every fucking day. Yep, it always finds its way into your feed, absolutely every single time, whether your feed is an X feed, a YouTube feed, a Twitch feed. All that content always ends up in front of you. Why? Because it's popular, because it ensures engagement, whether through rage baiting or whatever other reason that it's getting engagement. But that is the stuff that always ends up on your feed. Absolutely. Yep. It's disgusting, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Do you play Monster Hunter? I do. Monster Hunter Wild. Monster Hunter is my main content, Jalen. Welcome to the channel. How about Hades 2 on Switch? It was worth it. I mean, Supergiant Games always delivers. Greg Kasavin and his crew over there are awesome. Twitch just doesn't make money and is a huge PR disaster. Can't imagine Amazon caring for that dance much longer. True. I did 100% Chivo on Hades 2. Really great game. Yeah, it is. On YouTube, just disable history and never get recommended anything like that on your feed. Doesn't work like that. All that shit always finds its way in there. But yeah, I would really love to see Ko's idea take fruition. For a while, I felt like Mixer was going to be that, but Microsoft pussied out. Microsoft also did the complete wrong approach, which they tried brute forcing community growth. Doesn't work like that. They needed to run that website at a lower cost for a longer amount of time, and they would have eventually gotten their community. It's just they went in there and it's like, yeah, let's just fucking 50 million get Ninja in here, another 50 million get Shroud in here, and it's like, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing burning through so much? You can't just buy community like that. That's not the way that it works. Lando98, thank you very much for the souls. Tip of the hat, appreciate support, thank you. Big corpos don't do sustainability, they do boom and bust. Yep, that's the way that it goes. That do be the way that it goes. That do be the way that it goes. So anyway, I had this video suggested to me by several of you guys. This is a video from MW Swooser. I'm gonna link it for everybody. Make sure to check it out, give it some watch time, and if you enjoy it, hit the like button. Gonna hit the like button. We're gonna be watching it, checking it out. This is a video about the discussion of difficulty. It says your obsession with difficulty is ruining games. I'm actually very curious about this one. So let's see what we got.
What does difficulty mean? No, seriously, do you actually understand what it means for a game to be hard or easy? Most people would probably say yes, but what if I told you that in most cases, it's actually impossible to know? I'm making that claim.
It is very hard to know what difficulty means because everybody's concept of difficulty is going to be different. Now, the thing is, I feel like you can achieve somewhat of a happy medium when it comes to, it's not even something being difficult, because I don't think that difficult is the right word. I want something to be challenging. And by challenging, I mean I want something that when I start playing it, it feels hard and eventually gets to a point where it feels like it's almost impossible. But it is very possible. You just need to practice a little bit. So I want to get into a boss fight. And when I get to that boss fight, I want eventually that boss fight to feel like, oh my God, this is going to be completely, I will never be able to do this. And then after you do like 3 or 4 more tries, maybe 5, you start to like identify the pattern and find the openings. And then you start going to town realizing this is doable. I can do this. Let's go. And then within like 10 tries, I feel like 10 tries is kind of like the sweet spot. For me personally, it's going to change from person to person, but this is one of the reasons why I like Souls games as much as I do. It is because they don't try to fool around with like, oh, HP modifier, something. It's usually like, no, here's the one difficulty. This is the one that's right. Boom, go. And Bob's your uncle.
Not because I have the answers, but because they don't exist, and in pretending they do, we might accidentally be ruining our own experiences in games. What is it that makes difficulty so enticing? Why is this the one part of games that it seems practically everyone, from reviewers to journalists to bozos who endlessly repeat some combination of these 4 words to stave off their crippling fear?
Hey! The fuck? People say these words to me all the time.
Of the outside world, social interaction, or a job application. Sorry, I lost myself for a minute there. Why is everyone so obsessed with difficulty? Well, when you zoom out, the answer is pretty obvious, but within that answer hides something pretty interesting. First, let's address the initial one. Everyone is obsessed with difficulty because of its all-encompassing nature. The difficulty of a game, much like the graphics, controls, or a subscribe button under a great video, can't really be ignored. It's how you interact with the medium. You can think of it almost like a conversation. You try to do something, and the game responds to that action by either allowing or preventing it. The difficulty is how the game responds. If I want to go here and I'm currently here, difficulty is the game's way of telling me what I need to do to get there. What enemies will I have to fight? What rules do I have to learn? What trials will I have to overcome? Fundamentally, a game without difficulty isn't really a game, because at their most basic and foundational levels, games are just a series of problems that the player is asked to solve. In Stardew, my problem is that I'm broke, and my solution is that I can grow crops. In Mario, my problem is that there's a hole, and my solution is to jump over it. In Monster Hunter, my problem is that this thing is moving, and my solution is to make it not do that anymore. I could keep going, but I think you get the idea. Difficulty to some degree is necessary. However, high difficulty is where things start to get interesting. Now, this is a whole video by itself, and one that I've already made. In short though, there are 3 big advantages to high difficulty. So if we imagine the difficulty is the game telling you what you can and can't do, then as that difficulty increases, the rules of the game become more strict. In a game like Silksong, it's practically impossible to beat most of the bosses without having a good understanding of how Hornet moves due to the absurd contact damage. Equally, it's important.
Yeah, contact damage in the base Hollow Knight, because I haven't played Silksong yet. Contact damage in the base Hollow Knight was one of the more frustrating aspects of the game for me, for sure.
To experiment with and fully understand your toolkit if you want to deal enough damage to prevent these fights from taking 6.5 hours to complete. Imagine a world in which every boss in Silksong needed to hit you 100 times to kill you, and you only needed to hit them 4 times. You would no longer need to use any of those tools, master the movement, understand their patterns, or really do anything but hold forward for a couple seconds. Due to these more strict rules, you're forced to interact with and gain a deeper appreciation of the game's mechanics. Next,
basically, difficulty is in fact a way for you to respect the game. You will have to get better at the game in order to conquer the game because of its difficulty. So like, for instance, in Sekiro, the difficulty ensures you are going to have some level of mastery when it comes to parrying. Because if you don't, you're not going to be able to finish the game. And I find that to be a good thing. Games that kind of force you, so to speak, to engage with its multitude of systems, that's a good thing.
Is ludonarrative harmony. Hades 2 is masterful at this since every loss is a canon event. This is a roguelike, meaning when you lose, you're sent right back to the very start. And naturally, that can be extremely frustrating. That idea is built into the story though, as both you and the main character Milenoi feel the same failure when you're defeated. It's a brilliant way of telling the story of how the character feels through the gameplay by giving the player that exact same feeling. Furthermore, this is one of those unique advantages that only games have. If Hades 2 were a book or a movie, there would only be so much you could do to describe how Milenoi feels after each loss. But because it's a game, you get a much more visceral feeling due to the fact that you're experiencing the same thing she is, just without the whole fate of the world on the line stuff. Finally, there's the obvious one that requires basically no explanation, a sense of accomplishment. It just feels good to beat a hard boss or overcome a platforming gauntlet. That sense of accomplishment can't exist if the task you accomplish didn't challenge you. These three advantages are the main reason.
And that is the thing that I was talking about. Challenging. Needs to feel challenging.
People love difficulty in games like Dark Souls, Monster Hunter, or even Silksong. Yet for some reason, it seems like we're constantly getting games that don't quite reach that standard of difficulty. I mean, take Monster Hunter Wilds for example. At launch, this
Monster Hunter Meat Man about to make a 5-hour video on this man. Somebody's talking about the difficulty of Wilds again.
This game wasn't particularly challenging, and that may seem strange considering all the benefits that come with said challenge. So why didn't Capcom?
It absolutely wasn't, by the way. Monster Hunter Wilds was not sufficiently challenging until you got the 8.5 monsters. That is when I feel we got the sweet spot. 9.5 even better for me. Probably not going to be the best experience for everyone, but for me, love it. 9.5s, give me more of them. Love that shit. But yeah, until we got 8.5s, we had a problem with the difficulty of Monster Hunter Wilds. And even when I addressed like the stuff from the Meat Man video, I was like, I don't agree. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that like Wilds has this level of challenge or whatever. I don't agree. And the thing is, the way that I played the game, I limited myself in order to increase the challenge level, and that was pretty fun. But that doesn't necessarily feel good when you're purposefully not engaging with the systems that the game provides to you in order to artificially increase the challenge.
Make the game harder? You might already know the answer. There's a clear trend with most games in general. As games get easier, they sell significantly better. Now,
this is such a sad thing. And by the way, this is not always 100%. This is not something that works 100% of the time. So like Souls games got harder and they still sold more. So this is not like a universal truth. It is when you get to like a certain level of popularity. And I do think that probably if Elden Ring was made easier, it probably would sell more because people just want to be a part of the discourse. But to me, it's like, if you don't want to master the difficulty of one of these games, then maybe you shouldn't get involved in the discourse of one of these games. Like, I don't get involved in too much in the discourse of Call of Duty or whatever, like what's the best machine gun or whatever, because I don't care. I don't play that game. I don't care. I shouldn't get involved in that discourse, no matter how popular it gets. Like, right now, Battlefield 6, giga-popular. Arc Raiders, giga-popular. Probably make a fuck ton of content off of that and get involved in that discourse. Why don't I do it? Because I don't know anything about those games. And I'm not playing them, so...
To be clear, there are endless factors that contribute to a game's performance, and it really can't be narrowed down to one single thing like difficulty. However, with some assumptions and a bit of logic, we can see how lowering the difficulty could be a large contributing factor. Let's run a quick thought experiment.
Absolutely is.
All of the games you see on your screen were an explosion in sales for their series. They also all have more quality of life features than their predecessors and difficulty that's substantially lower. That statement comes with a huge asterisk, and we'll get to why in a second. Elden Ring, for example, did away with runbacks to bosses and allowed the player to leave a boss that they're stuck on and just explore for a while until they're strong enough to try again. Now, I want you to imagine an alternate.
You could do that in a lot of other Souls games as well. It's more convenient in Elden Ring, but like in Dark Souls, you can get to like a boss and then just, oh, actually, I don't feel like doing this one. You go back, you go to another boss, and you can go, progress in a different direction. So this is not an exclusive thing to Elden Ring. But yes, the runbacks, that is definitely a positive thing. Okay, I'm done with runbacks for the rest of my life. Okay, if I never have to do a boss runback the likes of what we had to do in Dark Souls 2, I'm a happy man.
universe where everything is exactly the same, but the average boss run back in Elden Ring is 90 seconds longer than it currently is, and every boss in the game scales to your level, gear, and stats, making it impossible to lower the difficulty of a fight by getting stronger. Do you think this alternate version of Elden Ring would have sold better or worse?
Wait, I kind of missed that because there was something in my window.
And every boss in the game scales to your level, gear, and stats, making it impossible to lower the difficulty of a fight by getting stronger. Do you think this alternate version of Elden Ring would have sold better or worse than?
It would sell worse because a lot of people like feeling the progression. They like feeling stronger as they play more. Give me a second. I need to see what's going on. Kids misbehaving. Let's continue.
Of a fight by getting stronger. Do you think this alternate version of Elden Ring would have sold better or worse than our version? There's obviously no way to know for sure, however, logically speaking, it should sell worse. Maybe not substantially so, yet in making these changes, certain players may not.
But it's also a strange argument when you put it like that, because it is a well-known thing that a lot of people don't like scaling enemies. Now, me personally, I'm a little bit more neutral towards it. I'm not super against permanently scaling enemies, but I can see the argument from both sides. There are some games where I like enemies to scale to my level, particularly games that just become trivial after you've leveled up a little bit. And then there are other games where I appreciate the ramp of power-ups and stuff.
No longer be interested in trying the game. We can simplify this by imagining every human has a patience number out of 10. If your game requires a level of patience over 7, then no one under that level will be able to play your game. Therefore, your game has a smaller potential audience than a game with a patience requirement of 5. Now,
which is a good thing. This is a good thing, because the people who have that patience level of 7 will enjoy the game far more than if they're playing the game that for the people that have a patience level of 5. So your game being niche is not necessarily a bad thing. It might be less profitable, but it might also be more respected as an art form.
could you develop a cult-like fanbase much like the early Dark Souls games or Hollow Knight and guarantee long-term success and more dedicated fans by having a higher patience level? Yeah, probably. But
yes.
As a follow-up, do you sincerely believe that the higher-ups and investors in AAA gaming companies have—
And they're the problem! The higher-ups and investors, they're the problem. These people are the problem. The people that don't care about gaming as an art form. These people are the problem. They just see gaming as a bigger number on their bank account. These people have more money than everyone in this chat could spend in their whole lifetimes in a life of luxury. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there.
Follow-up, do you sincerely believe that the higher-ups and investors in AAA gaming companies have even the slightest concern about building a positive rapport and dedicated fan base by creating more niche and specialized experiences in the year of 2025? I'm gonna let you figure that one out. So that's it, right? Games should be harder. Unfortunately, they have a financial incentive to be easier, and because companies are run by businessmen and not gamers, the industry is doomed to make games easier and easier until they eventually play themselves.
I love the fake out. The fake out is good. I didn't see that one coming. It's just like a fake out. Oh, the video is over? That was sudden. It's like, wait, there's more. There's like 15 more minutes of video.
Not quite. Difficulty brings with it endless problems and dozens of questions that can't be answered. Despite this, I feel it's rare to see these topics addressed with the level of nuance that they deserve.
Okay.
Oftentimes when it comes to difficulty, people will fall into one of two groups. Either they'll claim the difficulty is perfect and you just need to devote your life to this game instead of getting a job, sorry, I swear that's the last one. Or
I feel like he's talking straight to me sometimes. It's fucked up. The hell?
perfect and you just need to devote your life to this game instead of getting a job. Sorry, I swear that's the last one. Or they'll say that the difficulty is completely unfair and the devs hate the world and just want to make everyone suffer. I think the reality is almost always somewhere in the middle of these two extremes, and they act as a great example of the it depends nature of difficulty. So let's take a closer look at some of these unanswerable questions, get a better idea of why measuring difficulty is basically impossible, and analyze something that you could accidentally be doing right now that
measuring difficulty is not necessarily impossible, because like you just said at the beginning of the, well, not that during some portion of the video, that like Monster Hunter Wilds was a lot easier than it should have been, something to those lines. He mentioned that with the release of Monster Hunter Wilds, it was, or at least the community reaction was easier. I forget exactly what he said, but it was something about Monster Hunter Wilds being easier. Naturally, that is something that you can measure. How? Like, for instance, the very easy measurement for me was when I was at the preview event at the Capcom headquarters, and I sub-3'd the Lalabarina without actually trying. I wasn't trying to sub-3 it. I was just like going up, it's like, okay, let's go, me and you, Lalabarina. Oh, she's dead. I'm not a speedrunner. How the hell am I sub-3ing a Lalabarina the very first time I played it? What are you talking about? That's crazy.
Might be changing how you view difficulty in games. In doing this, we can finally begin to see what really matters when it comes to difficulty. I'd like you to consider the following. Remember how I mentioned the whole ludonarrative harmony thing in Hades 2, and how it takes advantage of the fact that games are the only art form that we actively interact with and change by consuming it? Well,
this is something that, especially in the AAA space, is so underutilized. I mean, I'm assuming we can say that Nier Automata is the AAA space, but like Nier Automata is one of the games that definitely makes use of that ludonarrative stuff to tell its story, and the way that, you know, with the multiple endings and all of this stuff, and I absolutely love that.
The fact that games are the only art form that we actively interact with and change by consuming it? Well, here's a question. Should that art be consumable by everyone? Seems like an easy question.
No! There, I answered it. Nope. Should not be consumable by everyone. If you are not good enough to play the video game, you should not be able to play the video game. This goes for everyone, myself included, by the way. Like, there are games that I'm just not good enough to play, and so I don't play them. If I am interested in the game enough, I will devote myself to it to the point where I will learn enough to play that video game. But if I'm not, then I just don't play it. So the answer to this question is very easy to me. It is no. It is no, it is no, and I'll be real. Anybody that says that the answer to this should be yes, I'm going to go ahead and just say that you're wrong. You can have your opinion. I completely disagree with your opinion, and I think that you are absolutely 100%, 300%, 10 toes down wrong.
Consuming it? Well, here's a question. Should that art be consumable by everyone? Seems like an easy question at first, but the more you think about it, the more foggy the answer becomes. If a game is about overcoming a challenge, like Hades 2 for example, then you getting better at the game is directly a part of that experience. If you were to remove that difficulty, it would be akin to looking at a work of art with those glasses that blur your vision. Did I imagine those? Were they real? I remember back in high school during driver's ed, they brought those in to show us why drunk driving was so dangerous, but I haven't seen them anywhere since. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. You're dramatically altering the intended experience of the art. You can't see the details in the way the artist intended. Everything blurs together into a mess of colors and shapes that are barely even comprehensible anymore. In observing the artwork like that, are you really still consuming it? And if you are, is it even worth consuming? While I don't—
No, you are absolutely not. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to start telling me about all of these different things in their life experience. It's like, no, you're not. Sorry. Feels bad. Hope you can eventually enjoy the game like I do.
That, are you really still consuming it? And if you are, is it even worth consuming? While I don't know the answer to this, it does feel a bit unfair to see someone who, through no fault of their own, physically can't play a certain game and just go, sorry buddy, play something else.
Okay, well, I want to go and win the Olympic medal for sprint racing. Not gonna happen, huh? Not fair. Why can't I participate in the NBA because I'm not tall enough? That's not fair. That's out of my control. I can't just like stretch myself like Stretch Armstrong and become taller to go participate at the NBA on a competitive level. How's that fair? It's not fair. Guess what? Not everything in life is fair. It's just that simple. Like, it really is. Like, I feel bad when, when I see somebody that because of some physical disability or something, they're not going to be able to enjoy a Souls game as much as I do. There are other games that they can play. Like, I want as many people to be able to play the games that I want to play, but I want those people to play those games by the same rules that I play them, because that is what builds a sense of community. That's just the way that I look at it. And I know some people are going to call me a gatekeeper and whatever, but I find it interesting that there are some people that have like all of these disabilities, like the guy who was fighting Sekiro. He's like a paraplegic or something, and he's fighting the monk, the monk in Sekiro, and he's just like parrying it better than I can parry it. It's like, I'm all for accessibility in terms of like give people better controllers that allow them to control things, that to adapt the disability that they might have and get them to perform better in those games. I'm 100% in favor of that. All of the different controllers that we can possibly make to improve the experience there, all of the visual tweaks that we can make to the game to improve the visual clarity for people that have problems with eyesight. I'm all for all of that accessibility stuff. But don't fuck with the difficulty. 100%. Do not fuck with the difficulty.
Fault of their own, physically can't play a certain game and just go, sorry buddy, play something else. Especially when it doesn't have to be that way. Games allow us to alter parameters in such a way that anyone can play them.
Celeste was designed to be played like that. The developers of Celeste made a very conscious decision. We want our game to be playable by everyone. This is a good thing. This is a commendable thing. I think that's fantastic. That was their decision. Let the developers decide what they want to do.
Celeste's assist mode can allow anyone to beat the game so long as they're capable of holding a direction while pressing a button. Sure, it's not the perfect way to play Celeste, and it's just like that blurry glasses example from earlier, yet if they literally don't have another choice, it might be better than nothing, right?
I respectfully don't agree. You can still play basketball as a hobby if you're not tall. This is entertainment we're talking about. Well, you can still play video games as a hobby. This is entertainment we're talking about.
Besides, it doesn't change my experience of the game, so who am I to say it shouldn't be there? Hades 2 has this as well with its God mode setting, which practically guarantees you'll eventually win by increasing your stats with each failed run. It's a slightly different way to go about things that leads to the same end result as assist mode, and despite never using it myself, I genuinely think the game is better for it. Yet at the same time, games have exploded to such a degree that you literally can't play every game anymore. I mean, look at how many great releases we got this year alone. If I got filtered out of Silksong because of the difficulty, that doesn't really matter considering there are dozens of Metroidvanias that are just as good that I haven't played. And in fact, due to the subjectivity of the medium, these games would be better than Silksong for me. Adding on to this, there are the logistical problems. Implementing an easy mode to a game isn't as simple as flipping a switch. No, it's something that requires development time, especially if it's going to be more than merely altering the numbers.
And oftentimes, those easy modes do end up just being altering the numbers. You tweak the numbers. And this is why whenever you have a zillion different difficulty options, I kind of tend to rant on it because I already know I'm going to struggle to find a difficulty that I'm happy with, where the game doesn't feel like it's piss easy or completely impossible. And this is the problem with having multiple difficulty modes. People always ask me, why are you against an easy mode or yada, yada, yada? Because what ends up happening in those situations is I already know I'm not going to be satisfied by the difficulty options provided to me. And this is why I like Souls games as much as I do, because I already know that one difficulty that they're going to get there, it's going to be just right for me. I am arguing for the things that I like. I want to be as inclusive as possible in the medium. I want to bring as many people into the medium as possible to enjoy as many of the games that I enjoy as possible. But I also want those people to play by the same rule and not just come in and expect to change things in order to, in order to be able to suit their tastes better in one way or another. Because the way that I enjoy this thing is the way that I like it, and the way that a majority of the community enjoys this thing is the way that we've grown to enjoy it as a community. While we are welcoming of people coming in from the outside to enjoy the same thing we've enjoyed, we would appreciate it if they wouldn't force change upon the things that we've been enjoying for this long, especially when there are a million more games out there that satisfy the need for everyone getting like a zillion different difficulty options. That's the way that I look at it.
Oh, it's something that requires development time, especially if it's going to be more than merely altering the numbers. This doesn't matter to a AAA studio with hundreds of employees, however, for an indie with less than 10, adding that easy mode is a significant task. Furthermore, while you can argue that every
And even, especially in this case for Team Cherry, even if they could add an easy mode, what if they simply don't want to? What if the part of the experience is, like he was talking about earlier, the ludo narrative aspect of Silksong is that it's supposed to be hard? What if that's what the developers want? Do they need to be forced and shamed into making an easy mode?
than 10, adding that easy mode is a significant task. Furthermore, while you can argue that every game should be playable by anyone, I think you'd have to be insane to genuinely believe that every game should be enjoyable by everyone. That might sound like a semantic difference, but hear me out. Game genres exist for a reason, right? Imagine a JRPG that was so worried about appealing to fighting game fans that it implemented a bunch of fighting game mechanics to ensure those players could enjoy it. They then went, wait, what about shooter fans? And then added a shooter mode, and continued to do this for every single genre until it's less of a game and more of an amalgamation of hundreds of ideas that have no synergy at all.
Why is he showing Xenoblade Chronicles 3 footage for this part?
Even if that game didn't take decades to create, who would even play something like that? What would your intended audience actually be? If every game desperately tried to appeal to everyone, they'd fail to appeal to anyone. If that's the case with choices like music, graphics, story, mechanics, and everything else, why would it be any different for difficulty? If every hard game needs an easy mode, does every anime game need a non-anime mode? I mean,
exactly. This game's too anime. I need you to de-anime this game for me.
If every hard game needs an easy mode, does every anime game need a non-anime mode? I mean, seriously, think about it. Difficulty is a subjective thing. Some people just like high difficulty more than low, and vice versa. So you could argue that there's genuine merit in only trying to appeal to one crowd at a time.
Yes! Absolutely! Correct!
Are you starting to see why difficulty isn't as simple as too easy or too hard? If not, great, we've barely scratched the surface. In fact, believe it or not, even the definitions of easy and hard aren't as simple as you might think. Okay, I'm gonna describe a boss to you, and I want you to tell me how hard you think the fight is based solely on the description. I'll even tell you what point in the game it shows up to make it easier to figure out. So in Monster Hunter Wilds, there's a boss called Seregios. It's a late to end game boss that does these extremely fast and aggressive attacks. Said attacks have massive range due to how it flies around in the air and sweeps across the field.
Give me a second. Jesus fucking Christ. Does anybody have Hassan's number? I need to get that shock collar bro's got. Put that on my dog. Okay, let's get back to this.
Solely on the description. I'll even tell you what point in the game it shows up to make it easier to figure out. So in Monster Hunter Wilds, there's a boss called Seregios. It's a late to end game boss that does these extremely fast and aggressive attacks. Said attacks have massive range due to how it flies around in the air and sweeps across the field. Not only is it fast, it's also pretty relentless with combos that last several deadly swings in a row. Lastly, many of its attacks will inflict the bleed status effect, which drops your health every time you move, roll, or attack. So if you had to rate it out of 10, how hard would you say this boss is? If you
Good old Steve. If your weapon has a shield, it's like a 7 out of 10. maybe a 6 out of 10, depending on which of the shielded weapons you're using. If your weapon doesn't have a shield, depending on your skill, 8 or 9.
You answered anywhere between 7 and 9, I think I'd agree with you. You've only got 2 counters in this game, one that's comically slow, and the other, while significantly faster, both locks you in place for a while after landing it and doesn't even fully protect you from damage or status effects like the aforementioned bleed. This means that your only real option for dealing with Seregios' unrelenting assault is using your iframes to roll through its attacks, since it's practically impossible to stay out of range. This boss's offense is just so overwhelming and your defense is so mediocre that the fight, especially when you first attempt it, can feel close to impossible. So if you had to rate it out of 10, how hard would you say this boss is? If you answered anywhere between a 2 and a 4, I'd probably agree with you. Sure, it's overwhelmingly aggressive, but thanks to your
he's talking. Okay, I see what he's doing. He went from switch axe to lance.
shield being incredibly powerful and the new parry system implemented in Wilds, you can pretty much just sit there and watch this thing crash out trying its best to move an immovable object. In fact, when I first attempted it, I was genuinely confused as to how so many people were struggling with this fight as much as they were. Now imagine this exact same bit done 14 times, one for each weapon.
Now the thing is, he said Steve, and because of the way that I play Monster Hunter Wilds, I need to put some context into why I said between 7 and 9. He said Steve, and I usually only fight 5 strength monsters, so I'm thinking 9-5 Steve. That's the rating I give for 9-5 Steve. I'm assuming now that he's talking about just like regular Steve. And yeah, regular Steve, I could see it being 2-4 with a shielded weapon. But 9-5, you're not going to do 2-4 on the rating of difficulty of a Steve, even with a shielded weapon
in the game, and applied to dozens of different bosses, and you've got the absolute nightmare that the devs faced when balancing Monster Hunter. None of this takes armor skills, weapon or armor upgrades, or even personal experience into account. Then there's the fact that you can fight these bosses with anywhere from 1 to 4 people. When you consider all of the variables, it's honestly a miracle that this game has any semblance of balance at all. Hard for a great sword player isn't the same as hard for a sword and shield player. This isn't just a Monster Hunter problem either. There are builds you can use in Elden Ring that'll practically invalidate even the hardest bosses in the game. Does that mean those bosses are easy or hard? This is why difficulty in games with customization like this is basically impossible to measure. If you look at any one boss from these games, there is no single correct.
It's not impossible to measure. It's just you look at what average builds are doing, and then you balance around that, and then you see what is happening with the outlier builds that are completely deleting everything. That's the only thing that you can realistically do. And then you have to decide as to whether or not you're going to do anything about the outlier builds. Yeah.
Basically impossible to measure. If you look at any one boss from these games, there is no single correct answer for how hard or easy they are due to the near endless variables at play. Then
how were they able to balance the previous games to the point where it felt good and we didn't have this complaint about it being too easy in the beginning? Right? That's the thing.
Even variables outside of the game that will impact difficulty. When I was 15, I had more patience for difficulty in games than I do now, because back then I had 16 free hours a day, every single day. Even if we pretend I was sleeping for 8 of those, and I was not, that's still well over triple what I have now as an adult. Back then, a boss that takes 8 hours to beat can be done in a day. Now, that same boss takes a week. More likely than not, if I realize a boss is going to take me a week to beat, I'm just going to play something else. So which of those do you balance for? Again, there's no real right answer here. Yet there's one last part of
you don't balance for either of those. You balance for what your vision is and what you expect from your target audience. If you expect your target audience to want to beat 10-hour-long bosses, you balance for them. That's what you do. There is no right answer here. This is just like something that you can get. As a matter of fact, this is the question that a lot of developers of AAA games are asking. And this is the reason why we're getting a lot of those AAA games that not that many people are super interested in playing. Because these developers are studying like, okay, what is the mathematically most correct way to balance our game to achieve maximum possible engagement from the maximum number of people? And then you get this piece of slop that anyone can play, anyone can beat, but nobody wants to play. That's what's happening.
difficulty that people don't really like to talk about because doing so can be rather uncomfortable, but I think it's just as important as the previous two. I want you to think back to the last time you were frustrated with a boss. I'm talking if control.
Last time I was really frustrated with a boss, probably gonna be Ozma, I think. Ozma and maybe one or two bosses leading up to it. That was probably the last time that I felt like, man, this is some bullshit. Fucking done with this. First Berserker, Kazan, beat my ass, bro. It beat my ass relentlessly. It beat my ass like a Cherokee drum. It fucking spanked me. Okay? No, not Ozma from Final Fantasy IX. Ozma from Kazan. First Berserker. If I think, like, what is the most frustrated I've felt in recent memory is probably First Berserker Kazan, I think. Savage Omega? No, Savage Omega didn't feel that bad. Savage Omega didn't feel that bad. What about Nameless Puppet? I didn't struggle that much with Nameless Puppet. Strangely enough, I struggled more with the guy before the Nameless Puppet. Damn, Ozma is that bad? He's not bad. It was just really hard for me to get through him. I think there's like a 3-hour live stream of me just doing Ozma. Right, guys? Isn't that what it boiled down to? Kicked my ass, bro. Kicked my ass up and down the street.
Previous two. I want you to think back to the last time you were frustrated with a boss. I'm talking if controllers didn't cost as much as a used car, I'd slam this one on the ground kind of frustrated.
Never slam controllers. Never do that. That's stupid. That's really stupid. I don't understand why so many people break controllers. I don't even care if you're filthy rich. Why? Why are you breaking a controller even if you're rich? You're still throwing money away. It's stupid. It's stupid, bro. Like, I might do something like this, right? I'll drop the controller on the table at like 3 to 4 centimeters off the table and go like, God damn it. There's no damage to the controller at that height. That's like the most that I'll go for. And that's when I'm really frustrated. But like breaking controllers, that's dumb. You slam your sticks every time. You shut your mouth. You shut your whore mouth, Tummy Giggles. You know you're talking out of your ass. You know you're talking out of your ass, brother. Oh, man.
Now remember how you felt after you beat that boss. If I think back to a lot of the bosses that made me feel that way, the answer is relief. However, there's a strange feeling that comes with
I kind of like lost that.
Time you were frustrated with a boss. I'm talking if controllers didn't cost as much as a used car, I'd slam this one on the ground kind of frustrated. Now remember how you felt after you beat that boss. If I think back to a lot of the bosses that made me feel that way, the answer is relief. However,
yeah, absolutely. There is like a fine line where after a boss has given you such a hard time, you just feel relieved after you've beaten it.
There's a strange feeling that comes with a surprisingly high number of them, a strangely positive feeling. You'll finally overcome that boss, and a couple days later, a friend will ask you about it, and you'll give a response that doesn't really make sense. It goes something like, yeah, it was a little frustrating, but it's one of the best fights in the game. This has happened to me at least a dozen times, and in doing some introspective thought, talking to my therapist, and consuming a funny...
Talking to your therapist?
To me at least a dozen times, and in doing some introspective thought, talking to my therapist, and consuming a funny looking plant I found in a forest in South America, this is a joke, don't do drugs, I've realized that a large part of why this shift happens may come from pride. Let me explain. Before you beat that boss, every one-shot...
So, it turns you gay. That's what it does. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I beat this boss and now I'm gay. I'm filled with pride. I'm joking.
Why this shift happens, it may come from pride. Let me explain. Before you beat that boss, every one-shot move, every generous hitbox, and every seemingly unfair mechanic could be used as an excuse to claim that, no, I'm not bad at the game for losing, this boss is simply unfair. It has nothing to do with skill, and if it did, I would have won. Yet, now that you're on the other side, now that you have beaten it, something interesting happens. Even if only subconsciously, you begin to excuse a lot of the things that you once considered unfair, because if the boss really isn't a test of skill, then your accomplishment means nothing. Now that I've beaten the boss, it has to have been a pure test of skill and by extension, a great fight. Do you believe that because the fight was
See, I feel like I'm usually able to tell whether or not how I'm going to feel about a boss afterwards. So like, even after I beat Ozma, I was like, that was some bullshit. I didn't like that at all. Like, I understand that some people might like it, but it was not for me, right? Like, that's just the thing. I'm able to identify, and I think that's the only way to really look at it, is like, is it for you or is it not for you? And usually my opinion doesn't change just because I beat the boss, I feel. In most games. Some of the fights that I'm like, nah, I didn't like that boss. The opinion doesn't really change because I get to beat it. Like, for instance, Wu Chang's final boss, I don't like that boss. Dark Eater Midir, I don't like that boss. I fucking hate Dark Eater Midir. I think he's a terrible boss. And, you know, some people are going to disagree with me. It's whatever. But, like, I'll look at certain mechanics and I'm like, no, I don't like that. Like, in the case of Ozma, it's like, I don't like a boss that resets 4 or 5 times and I have to deal with 4 or 5 different, you know, phases where the boss just gets his full life back and now he has a completely new moveset. It's not for me. Even after I beat it, it's not going to magically change. And now it's like, oh, I beat it, so it's actually great. It's the best fight ever. No, I usually don't do that. It actually doesn't happen. So, you know. Midir goated? Yeah, he is a goat. One of those nasty looking goats that farts. Not the kind of good ones that actually make cheese. He's a nasty farting goat. He looks like one too. Not a greatest of all time, just an actual goat. I'll die on that hill. Good. Die. Midir is an Elden boss rank in Dark Souls 3. Yeah, dude. I still hold that Midir was a fantastic boss. Good. It's okay to be wrong.
Actually good all along, or because now your pride is on the line if it's not. You may have heard of the IKEA effect. It's the idea that people who build furniture feel more positively towards it than those who bought it pre-assembled. Their effort in
You see this table that I'm on? I don't feel more positively towards it because I assembled it. It's a fucking table. I don't care. I could buy another one, replace it tomorrow. So long as it's a standing desk. That part I do care about. I care about it being a standing desk because I think that's improved my health a little bit. But yeah. What happened to me like 3 days ago, I bought Wukong and I hate that I bought it because the timing on the dodge is not for me. I'm not saying the game is bad, but it's not for me and I'm okay. I am saying Midir is bad. Midir is bad! Now, to be honest, it's like, it's not for me. The Midir design is just not for me. I don't like dragon bosses where the main point of the fight is like, sprint over there. Huh? He's jumped over there now. Sprint over there. Huh? He's gone over there now. Sprint over there. It's like, bro, if a boss fight is like 80% of me running back and forth, I don't like it.
Completing this task gives them more ownership over the thing they've created. What if this same effect is happening with difficulty in games? What if we feel more positively towards unfair challenges, not because of their quality, but because we're the ones who completed them?
I absolutely agree that this probably happens to a lot of people. I feel like it might happen to me on some occasions. I'm not going to just go ahead and say, oh, I'm completely immune to it. But I feel like often if I'm fighting a boss, and I'm like, no, this is some bullshit. I don't like this. Oftentimes, even after I beat it, I'm like, yeah, this one's not for me. Because usually I can kind of like recognize. Because like Savage Omega, I didn't know if I was going to be able to beat Savage Omega. I didn't know. But I still liked it. I thought it was fun.
Fair challenges, not because of their quality, but because we're the ones who completed them. Now, to be clear, I'm not trying to gaslight you and claim that we're all egotistical maniacs who secretly hate all their favorite bosses.
But we are.
Trying to gaslight you and claim that we're all egotistical maniacs who secretly hate all their favorite bosses. That would be crazy. I merely think it's valuable to at least consider the possibility that pride, ego, and even ownership in a sense could add even more fog to the already hazy discussions of difficulty.
It does.
Ultimately,
Absolutely.
none of these have clear, straightforward answers, and it's not that I don't think these conversations are worth having, it's just that I feel there's a more significant problem here. Have you ever heard of the idiom, missing the forest for the trees? I think this expression perfectly explains what I believe to be one of the biggest problems with gaming discourse nowadays. And to illustrate exactly what I mean by that, I want to show you my favorite boss this year. So about
Zoshia?
60% of the way through the story of Monster Hunter Wilds, you encounter these Guardian monsters. Guardian
Oh, dude, if it's Guardian Rathalos, that's a fucking base take, bro. Guardian Rathalos is legit.
Rathalos, for example, is this weird, spooky version of the mascot of the series. The iconic vibrant red is washed out, replaced with this cold gray hue, while its veins glow an unnatural mixture of white and blue. We later find out that these construct monsters, as they're called, were created by an ancient civilization called Wyveria. A major theme in the game is harmony of the natural world. Everything you fight has to be explicitly approved of by a guild representative to ensure that you're acting in a way that doesn't disrupt the balance of the ecosystem. You're a hunter, but you have this level of respect for the things that you hunt, and you only do so when necessary. So seeing these immortal monsters that don't eat, sleep, or even reproduce, these monsters that exist solely for the benefit of the civilization that created them, goes directly against that harmony and respect that the rest of the game is about. Yet you don't fully understand the scope of this ancient civilization's hubris until you face the final boss, Zoshia. The plot of Wilds has one more interesting quirk that feels off. While every game in the series is built around these super monsters called Elder Dragons, Wilds technically doesn't have any of them. You can tell a monster is an Elder Dragon by counting its arms, legs, and wings. Elder Dragons have 6, like these guys, and normal monsters have 4, like these guys.
What? What about Kieran? Listen, this guy would like a word. This guy right here. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir? What? Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unless we're talking about the tail and the mane, and we're counting those as extra appendages, or maybe the horn. 6 including his dong. The Llamador looking angry. Oh, right. The Llamador has none. I haven't really fought the Llamador. It's just a big ass snake. Does it even have appendages?
Things. Elder Dragons have 6, like these guys, and normal monsters have 4, like these guys. Elders usually command the plot of these games due to their immense and uncontrollable power. They're considered to be walking natural disasters and are almost always some kind of threat that'll destroy the ecosystem if not immediately stopped. You often see ruins in the maps of these games that exist solely because an Elder Dragon showed up and decided to turn the local civilization into an archaeology project. Hunters and Elder Dragons almost act like polar opposites. One tries to preserve the world.
Wait, what about the snakes he's showing right here? How many appendages do those have?
Elder Dragons.
See, he's only got 4, right?
Archaeology project. Hunters and Elder
1, 2, 3, 4. There's no wings. What do you mean?
Dragons almost act like polar opposites. One tries to preserve the world.
Now that I think of it, Kieran is an elder creature, but not an elder dragon. Kieran absolutely is an elder dragon. He's just not what you think of when you think of a dragon, but he's absolutely classified as an elder dragon.
While the other, by its very nature, will destroy it. Zoshia is Wyveria's super weapon. They created it to be virtually unstoppable because 20-foot-tall bears, immortal wyverns, and bloodhounds the size of school buses weren't quite enough. As soon as you encounter this thing, you'll instantly pause for a second and notice that it's got 6 appendages, 2 arms, 4 legs. With this comes the first realization of the fight. Wyveria intentionally created an artificial elder dragon. As the fight
like
progresses
he's an
and as the
equal
monster gets
dragon
more
weapon.
angry, it'll eventually unleash a wave of fire, melting away what turned out to be just a shell covering what it really is. Fans of the series might instantly recognize what this looks like, but before you even get a chance to fully process what's going on, it prepares an attack. The dragon will point its head down and spill forth a beam of fire that blooms outwards beneath it. It doesn't stay in this form for long though. Eventually the shell will regenerate and Zoshia will return to normal. Yet as you continue to deal damage, it becomes clear that this monster wasn't going all out from the start, almost as if it's been trying to hide its true nature. Not just the shell on its head, the one on its arms as well shatters as it uses its strongest attacks, revealing even more of its nightmarish form. It becomes more aggressive and begins to charge at you by crawling across the field using its arms and sending forth lava that arcs across the ground. With each of these attacks, it becomes
Man, Switch Axe mains have it rough. They respect all, out there to all my Switch Axe mains out there. Respect, brother. Feels bad.
Across the field using its arms and sending forth lava that arcs across the ground. With each of these attacks, it becomes more and more clear what you're fighting here. Then, as if to confirm your suspicions, the monster finally stops holding back and reveals its true form. At which point your hunter says the exact same thing that you've probably been thinking if you've realized what's going on here as well. They're realizing, just as you have, that the people of Wyveria didn't simply create an elder dragon, they created a black dragon, the most powerful creature in the series. As if cloning monsters that can destroy the world wasn't enough, they even combined the most dangerous aspects of multiple black dragons and merged that all into one single creature. If you, like the hunter in this game, already have experience hunting monsters like this, you get that very same ludonarrative harmony that we saw way back in Hades 2. You're both having the same realization in this moment, and it's probably my single favorite moment from any game I've played this year. Yet that harmony doesn't exist because the game is difficult, it exists because the game is interesting. It's so clever to throw these attacks at the player that they've been forced to memorize in the past. In doing so, you're taking advantage of yet another quality of this medium. When I watch a movie, I don't have to pay attention to each individual movement of each character to reach the end. But in games, an integral part of that experience is that memorization and recognition. Naturally,
Pattern recognition, absolutely.
but in games, an integral part of that experience is that memorization and recognition. Naturally then, the game can throw these familiar animations at you and your muscle memory kicks in like that one Deltarune meme I'm not going to show because you should go play Deltarune yourself. Furthermore, we can look at other advantages of difficulty and notice this same pattern. A game doesn't need to be hard to get you to master the mechanics, it merely needs to be fun. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom aren't challenging games by any means, yet understanding how this works
Breath of the Wild hard mode would beg to differ. Imagine breaking your sword to kill a bokoblin.
world works, and experimenting with what you can do is just so much fun that you don't need the game to force you to do it. You'll do it without even being asked. While a sense of accomplishment can't necessarily occur without difficulty, low difficulty and critical moments of the story can create better pacing and smoother experiences. I remember losing to the final boss of Xenoblade 3 and being sent back nearly an hour to before the fight started. That didn't ruin the ending.
So let me tell you something about the final boss of Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I actually fought it not that long ago. It was Gamescom. It was on the flight back from Gamescom to Portugal. So this is the flight from Cologne to Portugal. Now I'm playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3 on a hard mode. It was the whole flight. It's about a close to 3-hour flight. It's a 3-hour boss. It was a 3-hour boss. And it's like fucking be performing during those 3 hours. There were a couple of times that it came close to everything going to shit. It was 3 hours. Okay. So yeah.
For me by any means, but it did take a lot of the wind out of my sails and really hurt the momentum of that scene. Had that final phase been a bit more forgiving, that wouldn't have happened and I would have enjoyed the entire sequence just a bit more. So while difficulty can create that sense of accomplishment, it's not always a purely good thing. Difficulty is great, and I stand by what I said earlier this year that it really can make games better. Yet I do
100%.
sometimes think that we spend too much time idolizing and romanticizing this part of games when it really is just that, one part of games. It's a valuable part.
It's like there's the problem why we have to talk about it so much is because there's always somebody that comes out of nowhere and just goes like, why can't I just have an easy mode? And it's like, we've made 100 fucking videos telling you why you can't just have an easy mode. Why are you still asking this question? How many times do we have to go through this, old man? And that's why the discourse keeps happening. It's because some rando always comes out of nowhere, ignores a million videos out there, a million different reasons, just ignores everything that has been told, because this discussion has happened time and time again. Just from me, there's probably like easily 20 plus videos on this topic of why difficulty is so important and why you can't just add an easy mode. Just from me, there's probably 20 videos on the channel alone. From other content creators, we can probably rack up millions of videos. And the reason why this discourse keeps coming up is because somebody always comes out of nowhere from left field. Why can't it just have an easy mode though? Some fucking research. We've explained it. We've went over it a million different times. It's just so hard, bro. It's just hard.
As part of games when it really is just that, one part of games. It's a valuable part and one that can create truly impactful moments. Still, I can't help but wonder if we're putting too much focus on it when there are so many other wonderful things to reflect on instead. I'll leave you with this. If that same witch from 2 videos ago showed up again and said she was going to curse you to play one of 2 types of games for the rest of your life, one group has the most interesting, thought-provoking, and meaningful games that will ever be made, and the second group has games that are simply difficult,
But the problem is it can't just be difficult for difficulty's sake. I feel like this is not a fair argument, because like when you're talking about, for instance, a Dark Souls game, right? It's not just difficult for difficulty's sake. As a matter of fact, I would argue that the original Dark Souls is one of the easiest games ever made. It is super easy. It's not hard at all. Out of what are considered the hard games, this is one of the easier ones to play. And this is just like a fact, because once you know the mechanics of Dark Souls, if you still think it's hard, there's something wrong with you. Because the only challenge in the original Dark Souls is learning how to play. After you know how to play, it's not a hard game. It is not. And it's like, this is not fair, because it's not just about it being difficult. It's about the connection with the ludonarrative stuff that he was talking about. There is a connection there as well. So if you're just going to tell me, oh, it's just difficult. To be honest, I look at these. I don't want any of these groups. I don't want to play any of these groups, because I don't want to play this without the challenge, and I don't want to play this if it's not interesting. So it's like, if you were to ask me this question, I don't want to play any of these at all. I'm going to go play Kill Team Tabletop, which is PvP there. Okay? I'm going to go play Kill Team Tabletop. Because I don't want to play a game that is difficult just for difficulty's sake. I want a game that is interesting. And I don't even want it to be difficult. I want it to be challenging. These are 2 different things. And I feel that we often conflate difficulty with challenge. And it's like, it just needs to be challenging. It needs to force me to learn some mechanics before I can progress. It doesn't need to be like impossibly hard. As a matter of fact, the thing that I find interesting is that I often find games that have multiple difficulty selections to be harder than Souls-like games that only have one difficulty, because that one difficulty is better balanced than the multiple difficulties that the other games have. But either way, this is a phenomenal video from Swooser here. I'm going to link it again so that you guys can check it out, give it a like, and all of that good stuff. Yeah, this is really, really cool. Really, really, really cool. As a friend of mine said, Silk Song is for Dark Souls veterans that like to be masochists, people who enjoy certain type of pain. Souls difficulty is based on your build for the most part. Yep. Just tuning in. Is this Swooser's video? Yeah, it was Swooser's video. Pyros. They have an older video about if Fatalis is artificial difficulty, which is a great follow-up to this. I haven't seen that one, but I think it's interesting that I have a video on Fatalis as well, where I basically just say, I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do this fight, because I wasn't at the time. I didn't know if I would be able to do it. Those games do always have a mode that says intended balance version. The problem, Tilted Glory Gaming, is that in 99% of those games, the intended balance version feels too easy. That's the issue. The intended balance version feels too easy. So then I want to get into the harder versions. Then those feel like it's a slog. That's the weird thing. Those climbing games literally require zero skill, but it gets difficult the more you climb. Those games are interesting. I find those boring. I'm not a big fan of those climbing games. I feel like I would just like not be interested. That was nice. What's next on the menu? There's more. There's tons more. We have a really heavy show today. Beat Fatalis once with like 30 seconds left. That was my first kill. I'll happily admit, despite 1k hours in World, I still suck, but I really just don't enjoy his fight, which seems to be a hot take. It's not a hot take. Not everybody's going to enjoy Fatalis. That's the point. Because the people that do enjoy it really enjoy it. I'm always down to discuss difficulty. It's just sometimes it's very frustrating to have to address the same points again and again. Because like, whenever somebody asks me, why can't you just accept an easy mode? Because the difficulty there's always a compromise to difficulty when there's an easy mode. There's always a compromise to the intended difficulty if there's an easy mode in there. Always, always, always. No ZSD spam, though. That's cheating. It's actually why I love Dark Souls 1 far more than the following From games, because it's easier. Dark Souls runs 6 FPS on my PC, bro. Soloed Fatalis a number of times. I think it's the second worst pinnacle fight of Iceborne. Arc-Tempered Nami takes that cake. I like Fatalis. I think he's fine. It's funny for me about Silksong. I had never played any Metroidvania before. I played and finished Hollow Knight like one day before the release of Silksong, then played Silksong, finished it after 60 hours. One of the best experiences I've had. And it was hard but fair, which makes, for me, a great experience to have. There you go. Elatreon, Art-Tempered Velkhana, and Art-Tempered Cole felt so much more satisfying. Well, that's the beauty of it. You can have some monsters that feel better for someone, and some monsters that feel better for somebody else. Do I want to grab my apple now? Kind of do, but at the same time, I don't want to slack. Oh my god, I'm not going to be able to get through all of these. This is crazy. Then again, I only have like one more video, so the rest of it is just news, so we should be able to get through all the topics. So, we got another bit of news here, and this is bad news. You guys might not be familiar with Fantastic Pixel Castle. For those of you that are not, this is the new studio from Greg Street, which you might also not be familiar with him, but what if I tell you that he is the guy who was the head of the Riot MMO, that as far as I'm aware is no longer in development, because they left Riot, they got embraced by NetEase. The thing is, what I've always told you guys, you can't trust NetEase, because NetEase is the skin job company that made Diablo Immortal. I will never trust them ever, because they're a terrible company. Straight up. The way that you monetize Diablo Immortal should be downright illegal. Like, the people that created the monetization for Diablo Immortal should be in jail. And I'm not even exaggerating. I'm actually just being serious. You should go to jail. Like, straight up. There is a limit to human greed, where if you're as greed as the people who monetize Diablo Immortal, I think maybe you should just lose your freedom and go to jail. Like, maybe you are a net negative on society, which I guess is, you know, NetEase, net negative. That's the way that I look at things when it comes to NetEase. This is why whenever Marvel Rivals came out, I was like, oof, not touching that bitch. Not touching that shit. That's from NetEase. That's a skin job company. Like, I wish all the best, I know a lot of people enjoyed Marvel Rivals. I don't know where that game is nowadays. I feel like I haven't heard anything from that game in ages. But yeah, it's the skin job company. I do not trust them with anything. I don't trust them at all. It's that simple. But anyways, this comes to us from thisweekinvideogames.com. This is actually the website from SkillUp. Ralph, he's got this kick-ass website. I'm gonna link it for you guys. You guys can check it out. But yeah, they've lost NetEase backing. Fantastic Pixel is no longer NetEase first-party studio, as per an announcement from studio head Greg Street shared that the studio is looking for a publisher for its MMO, but studio closure is possible without one. News follows the August 2025 closure of another NetEase-backed studio, T-0 Entertainment. NetEase-backed development studio Fantastic Pixel Cast has come to the end of its time as NetEase first-party studio after only 2 years in existence, according to an announcement from studio head Greg Street. Street had was previously World of Warcraft's lead systems designer at Blizzard Entertainment. He was a controversial figure in World of Warcraft. He was called Ghost Crawler back then. For those of you who remember those days, I remember that. See, it's funny when I get to talk about these news where I'm like, I know this person. I used to play their video game back in the day. Ghost Crawler. Everybody hated his ass because he was the guy responsible for balancing classes as well. So he just like come up, engage with the community, be like, yeah, warriors were doing too well, so fuck them. We nerfed them. It is what it is. But, yeah. The executive producer of the League of Legends MMO at Riot Games before he stepped down in 2023 for something new. Fantastic Pixel Castle was announced in November 2023, where Street would be joined by World of Warcraft, League of Legends, Fortnite, Overwatch, and Valorant veterans. The studio was working on a AAA fantasy MMO codenamed Ghost during its tenure at NetEase Games. I was actually really interested in seeing what Greg Street was going to make because it seemed like it was going to be something different. And because of the fact that he has experience in World of Warcraft, which has a lot of really good things, despite the fact that the absolute greed of Blizzard kind of like smashed it. But yeah, it just kind of sucks that this might not be a reality. NetEase Games has been very gracious and supportive of looking for another publisher. This is Greg Street's quote. Looking for another publisher for a game. However, in the current market environment, very few deals are getting made for any game, let alone something on the scale of an MMORPG. We're doing everything we can to find a publisher or an investor. If we're unable to find a publisher soon, the reality is that the studio would likely close and the entire team, leadership included, would be affected. In a follow-up post published at the 10th of October 2025, Street added that the team has a downscoped version of the game that focuses on multiplayer sessions but isn't a full MMO. It also requires half the budget and is halfway complete. Because this almost seems like they did something in line with what Wayfinder did back in the day. If you guys remember Wayfinder, which is a game that I really love, still highly recommend that game. It is fully like single player with optional co-op now. If you guys want to play that, really, really cool. But yeah, it requires half the budget, and this smaller game could also grow into an MMO over time. Failing that, we have a fully staffed global veteran team that knows how to ship. Fantastic Pixel Castle's lost partnership with NetEase follows the August 2025 shuttering of T-0 Entertainment, another NetEase-backed development studio founded in 2023, which was also working on an MMO. The studio wrote at the time, despite progress on a demo, current market conditions have prevented us from securing the funding we need at this time. NetEase has been continuing to withdraw support from several international studios it had previously invested in. Studios from industry veterans like Uka, Humanoid Origins, Worlds Untold, Jar of Sparks, and Liquid Swords are just some of the studios that have closed since 2024. NetEase, as I've always said, is not a company to be trusted. They're not to be trusted. To get in bed with NetEase, what you can expect is like they'll keep you around as long as you are delivering record profits. When you do not, or when there's a chance that you do not deliver record profits, they're going to kick you down to the curb every single time. They have no morals, they have no quandary, they do not give a fuck. They are here to make money, they're here to milk you, and especially they're here to milk your audience. That's their business model, milking everybody down to the last drop of blood that they can squeeze from a stone. But anyway, there's actually a bit of a deeper dive here that we have from Bellular. I'm going to link you guys this video from Bellular. Bellular does fantastic content, so I'd recommend you guys check it out. Hit the like button, do the usual things. really, really like Bellar's content. So let's go ahead and check out what we've got here.
Error of this news, but here we go.
Sorry. It's not.
I'll begin with a quote from February. Here it is. I feel like we are in a stronger position now. NetEase has clearly been evaluating their portfolio. They decided our game is the one they want to focus on. So those words were said by Greg Street. He's a marine biologist turned Age of Empires developer turned World of Warcraft developer turned Riot MMO lead, who then, with the backing of NetEase, went and made a new studio, one that would be making an MMO. And in that post, he was responding to fears about his new studio, Fantastic Pixel Castle. Fears that they would lose funding for their upcoming MMO, which is called Ghost. Now, at the time, we talked about it on this channel because we saw NetEase pulling out of many other companies and essentially rug pulling loads of studios that they made real financial commitments to.
Kind of like what Microsoft has done. They just rug pull studios. As a matter of fact, that's what a lot of big players in the industry are doing. And this is one of the things that I talked about previously in the show today, which is that gaming is not as popular as it used to be. And a lot of these big players, they're panicking. They're like, oh shit! It's not as popular as it used to be. It's unsustainable. We can't keep growing 20% year over year. And they're pulling out. They're pulling out. They need to keep making all the money in the world. Like I said, these investors, their greed knows no bounds. They're here to make all the money, okay? They're not talking about making not even generational wealth. They're like, no. We're talking about legacy wealth. We're talking about enough wealth to buy a country. That's the only, and even that won't satisfy them. They need enough wealth to buy planets, okay? Thinking about countries is too small for these investors. Like, they need to buy planets.
And now, fast forward to 9th of October 2025, NetEase is no longer funding the project.
This is the quote that we just
Remember,
read.
Greg Street literally said, they decided our game is one they want to focus on, and now it's very obviously, well, not the case. And so, this is another studio formed by veteran talent, another promise of support from a major industry player, and now another company put at
That art
risk,
style
all
looked
because of the changing whims of the C-suite. So you understand what's going on. Greg Street was the lead systems designer at Blizzard for WoW. He stayed there until 2013, and audiences loved him, sometimes hated him, but for the same reason, because he actually engaged with the community on feedback. Very active developer. But then Riot asked him to lead their MMO. He spent years working in that MMO and, well, there's quite obviously at this stage, no MMO. I wonder how many times that thing's been reset. Of course, in 2023, he left Riot and he revealed Fantastic Pixel Castle. This would be a first-party NetEase studio, and they would build a new AAA fantasy MMO called Ghost. The plan was actually smart. It was to take advantage of the talent of Greg Street and his collaborators to basically assemble a crack squad of hand-picked devs, but then to do something smart, and that is to be as efficient as is possible. The reasons why are quite obvious. MMOs can get extremely expensive. They can go wrong. So the promise here was very simple. A small
MMOs are extremely expensive. They're prohibitively expensive, but the bigger thing about MMORPGs is that they are a massive investment and a massive risk because, as the name implies, massive multiplayer online actually requires you to have a massive amount of players for the game to continue succeeding. Therefore, in an industry where, like I said, gaming is kind of losing popularity, in an industry like that where a lot of people are pulling funding and all of that, taking risks is something that a lot of people don't want to do. Which again, just kind of reinforces the point that this is precisely why I wanted to see Greg Street's take on the MMORPG genre, because it seemed like he was taking risks, which that's how you innovate in this industry. You take risks. It's so frustrating.
Team working remotely that, when they needed scale, would take advantage of outsourcing. And for the first few years, things actually looked good. There were transparent communications that kept people engaged. Milestone prototypes were shown off publicly. They were designing and producing zones. Those would get revealed. Player feedback was shaping the development. And actually, over the last few months, things really got faster. Classes started being showcased. There were streamer-backed marketing tests, and all of that seemed to be a show of strength, right after Greg Street said, "We're the game they chose." Obviously now, that looks a little bit different. And now for the bad news. So here's the opening to Greg Street's October toast. Fantastic Pixel Castle's time as a first-party studio within NetEase Games is coming to an end. He goes on in the letter to thank his team and the fans, but he painted a dire picture. NetEase had been helping the team find a new publisher, but they just had not had any luck. And without new funding soon, well, the studio and the project would be shuttered. But here's the worst thing. We knew this would be coming. We actually did. Bloomberg reported in August that Fantastic Pixel Castle were facing difficulties. NetEase had reviewed the studio's financing, and it turns out the $100 million total budget they had planned was one that they could no longer support. Now, Street makes something very clear.
I don't agree that it is one that they couldn't support. NetEase absolutely could have supported that $100 million budget. They decided they didn't want it to support it. We are altering the deal. Pray we do not alter it any further. Because make no mistake, Darth Vader is a kinder entity than NetEase.
In this, it's that he's willing to compromise if it means he can save the studio, and the team has clearly been working on an exit strategy here. He claimed that there's a Helldivers or Elden Ring Night Rain version of the game, a different take in the game that would need half the budget and is already half completed, or even that—
Dude, an Elden Ring version of that game? Not an Elden Ring, I'm sorry. The Night Rain version of that game actually sounds like it could be really fun. A Night Rain version of an MMORPG? Hells yeah.
Fantastic Pixel Castle themselves could be slotted into an existing studio, that they could work on any project as a development team. One of the things he wants to do is save his squad. Both of these were presumably offered to NetEase. Obviously, neither were accepted. So
because unless you can generate all of the money, nobody cares.
2 years after being founded to deliver an MMO, Fantastic Pixel Castle had the rug pulled out, and they are far from the first. Obviously, they couldn't deliver a project that massive in a 2-year time frame. Now they will not get the chance, at least under NetEase. And if that sounds familiar, you would be right, because NetEase have pulled this exact same trick many times over the last few years.
Because NetEase are scum.
NetEase's treatment of developers hasn't exactly been great. It's been one of the defining stories of the last few years. So they spent 2020 onwards offering funding and studio leadership positions to veteran developers. This basically meant BioWare, 343 Industries. God, I think a lot of people want to escape the hell of whatever 343's been. Also Capcom and many other studios. And the pitch was simple. Get free from the constraints of IP. Escape stagnant corporate leadership. Make the games that they wanted to make. And then NetEase started closing these studios before they had a chance to release anything. This, to be clear, is not a—
This doesn't even sound like a smart idea, closing these studios before they had a chance to make anything. It definitely sounds like they were just riding that high of the COVID boom. And then when they realized, oh wait, this isn't the new norm, well, better shut all these bitches down.
Case of, oh, this studio's really, really late. Where's the game? No. As an example, Worlds Untold operated for a year. Jar of Sparks got 2 years. Oka Studios released Visions of Mana, and NetEase then fired all of the staff during its release week. What's all this stuff about? Well, it's quite simple. It's about return on investment. Analyst Daniel Ahmad pointed something out here, that this is part of a wider trend that Chinese game publishers like NetEase invested heavily overseas, and they haven't exactly generated significant returns from that. Or maybe that they regret some of the bets that were placed during the boom times. Of course, the boom time that many of us have criticized on the internet. The expectation was perhaps that these studios—
Because everybody thought that this is the time of the fat cows, as we say it in Portugal. Man, it's all fat cows time every day for the future. It's going to be great. We're all going to continue to ride this, like, however much percentage boom it was because of COVID lockdowns. And it's like, oh, actually, it turns out we're not. That's not going to work forever. Oopsie daisy.
Would have something ready to ship.
The Jim Ryan gambit. Very good point, Ken Genghis. Very, very good point.
they would show market potential. Of course, expecting that for a MMO within 2 years is absolutely insane. Now, you could read Fantastic Pixel Castle's moves as trying to prove potential here. Just look at what they've been doing, showcasing classes, doing creator marketing. Quite clearly a chance to show NetEase there was value, that there was engagement, but also clearly it didn't work. But there is a specific NetEase aspect to this story. You see, NetEase has always denied one thing, that thing being that their actions are linked to a systemic withdrawal from non-Chinese first-party studios. And a lot of this comes to, well, a fun guy. Because sources told GamesBeat something a little bit different to what the NetEase line was. And that is that the company's CEO and founder has basically lost faith in a plan to increase NetEase's investment outside of China. And this led to something big. So here's the deal. Simon Zhu, he was the president of Global Investments and Partnership, and he stepped down in April. He is pivotal to this. One of GamesBeat's sources said, quote, everything that NetEase's Zhu touched were now going to be unwound. All investments, all holdings. And now that Fantastic Pixel Castle's funding has been pulled, it really does seem that the quoted word everything is accurate. The last time we covered this, we framed it around a bunch of single-player studios, like ex-BioWare staff, and, well, we thought there was a reason why they were especially at risk, because they didn't fit NetEase's interests. All those games that we mentioned, the ones cancelled over the last few years, they were pretty much all single-player narrative games. Things never able to generate Marvel Rivals money. Just consider the math. 2 years of development funded, maybe 2 to 3 to 4 more to finish a big MMO. And also, American wages compared to Chinese wages. And then think about the potential returns. A single-player game from a new team? Compared to NetEase's financial bread and butter, just makes absolutely no sense. So in a way you could see the logic. Kill all those single-player RPGs, invest in more multiplayer stuff, like Marvel Rivals, or maybe an MMO called Ghost. But as time went on, the picture changed. August saw the closure of T-0 Entertainment. NetEase walked away from funding their game.
Feels like a slower Embracer group. I don't think it's slower, it's just less publicized. Because they've done a ton of like really scummy stuff like Embracer did, but yeah, they've kind of like pulled a ton of studios already, like Bellar was saying.
It was a third-person multiplayer action game about taking on kaiju. NetEase's North American head of publishing called it...
Wait, what was that? Every journey has its twists and turns, and ours of NetEase is coming to an end. We deeply appreciate NetEase for providing us with both ample runway and support, from helping us find potential investors, giving us time to develop our game into a fully playable hands-on demo. It has generated a lot of interest. However, despite this progress, current market conditions have prevented us from securing the funding we needed at this time. Now let's hear what the game was, because that's the part that was interesting.
T-0 Entertainment. NetEase walked away from funding their game. Their game was a third-person multiplayer action game about taking on kaiju.
Their game is a third-person multiplayer game about taking on kaiju. Almost kind of like another hunting game. That would have been great. More hunting games. We don't get enough of those. And they were shut down because NetEase can't help themselves to be the greediest, one of the greediest companies in this industry. Kaiju Monster Hunter. Yeah.
NetEase's North American head of publishing called it, quote, great market fit. But obviously that's not the complete quote, is it? Because he also said that they were sorry that they couldn't, and this is the quote, get you there in the time needed to. And this is why Greg Street said something back in February, that the Ghost was the one they wanted to focus on. It turns out that he should have used a different word. That word being scrutinize. That's perhaps why he had survived all the cuts thus far. But after scrutinization, NetEase were not happy. Maybe they weren't willing to wait until a full game would come out. Now, for the rest of their portfolio, things are up in the air, and I've got to say there's some projects that I know a lot of you do care about. As an example, Anchor Point and Rebel Wolves. Rebel Wolves, you may know more, they're some of the ex-CD Projekt Red people. Well, back in February, they said they were safe. About whenever Fantastic Pixel Castle said.
But they're working with Bandai Namco. I don't think Bandai Namco is going to dick them over because Bandai Namco are not scum like NetEase.
They were safe. Now, I think they're probably safe. In the case of Rebel Wolves, their founders do own the majority of the company and they've got a separate publisher. That's brilliant. So, it's a bit of a minority investment from NetEase's perspective and doesn't confer as much risk. But even
I actually wasn't even aware that Rebel Wolves had minority interest in NetEase had a minority interest in Rebel Wolves. As far as I'm concerned, kick them out. Kick them out, bro. Buy them out. Just buy those bastards out, dude.
for them, if they've perhaps banked in future funding, then that could go wrong. As for the other studio, Anchor Point, it was founded in 2023 by NetEase across 3 global locations. So to be real, it does seem like they're also on the clock. You may be wondering what happens next then, because companies like Grasshopper Manufacture or of course Quantic Dream you'll certainly know, David Cage, funny fella, lots of stories. Well, they were purchased outright by NetEase. Are they also on the clock, to get that revenue in? In theory, NetEase could sell those companies on, or even back.
Didn't those guys make some live service game announcement recently? Which is weird, considering these are the same people that made Detroit Become Human, right? That's them. Detroit Become Human, Quantic Dream, yeah. And if we do Quantic Dream, didn't they recently announce something? Spellcasters Chronicles, registered for the closed beta. 3v3 action strategy by Quantic Dream. They're absolutely on the clock. Why else would they be making this game? What? Wait, the people who made Detroit Become Human are making this? That seems reasonable. Sure. Sure thing.
Their original owners. But here's the question. It's 2025. Who would even buy them? Back to the focus of the video though. Fantastic Pixel Castle. They could in theory find new funding. It is not an impossible thing. But here's what Greg Street himself said.
It is very hard. Again, Wayfinder also had a ton of success and it really struggled. Actually, it didn't really struggle. They straight up didn't find a publisher because they wanted to make it an MMO and they weren't able to find a publisher to secure funding. And Wayfinder was way further more developed than this game right here. So it is downright impossible to find somebody to purchase this.
Quote, in the current market environment, very few deals are getting made for any game, let alone something on the scale of an MMORPG. Yeah, so that boom that NetEase invested in, it was a bit of a splurge built on hype. The factoid I always wheel out for this one is that World of Warcraft Shadowlands, widely regarded to be one of the largest misfires in that whole game's history, was also the fastest selling PC game of all time, because there was a big...
And I'm a part of that goddamn statistic, and I feel terrible. I'm partly to blame.
Lockdown, and that was an MMO that was being sold. A lot of things got very funky in those days. Just take a look at the stock graph for Zoom or Peloton. It all got silly. So for a lot of these companies, like NetEase, they invested hundreds of millions of dollars overseas, trying to take advantage of what appeared to be a massive rise in gaming. But the reality is, well, that's a lot of money, and gaming did not keep on rising in the way that they perhaps expected. And now we're left in a dire position where all these developers were led by seasoned staff who left their jobs to take a chance, and they did so on a promise that their backers would support them, that it may work or it may not work, because that's the gamble of game development. Maybe the game comes out good, maybe it doesn't. But they get a...
Except NetEase has no honor, no morals, and they're scum.
Proper shot at it, and hey, they were vets. They'd already made a lot of mistakes in the past, so, wouldn't make them again in the future. And the sad thing is, the chance they were promised is one that has now been taken away before it seems they've actually got to take the chance, before the consumer market has been able to judge the quality of their output. Why? Well, because at the highest level of a C-suite, one man, William Ding, changed his mind. And now hundreds of developers will find themselves trying to, find work. Somewhere, wherever it may be. And it really is quite rough for us. Because you see, in an ideal world, people, they put in 10, 15, 20 years. And then maybe they go start their own company, and they do so with backing. And that is how, as time goes on and sort of generations of people move through the industry, we get the creation of new companies, new ideas, the sort of thing that you can't really do as an indie game because it is actually quite expensive and you need real serious investment. It seems that there was a wave of that investment, one that has just across the board been quite rug pulled. And that has led to the sorts of people who would be founding the next generation of studios to be a little bit back at square one. And I think for those of us who are in the consumer side of this market, that's really goddamn bad, because there's a lot of really goddamn cool new games probably not going to get. I certainly know what people mean when they say that it's as if you've got the indie scene and then you've got the real big budget, your EAs and stuff, but just in between, it's kind of dying out. Pretty rough. But if you love death, destruction, doom, failed promises, and all of that, I think you should watch this video next. It's actually great. It's about Battlefield, and I love the Battlefield's doing well. But the story of how we got here is more interesting than I think you know. You may not know that, actually, to make Battlefield 6, a studio got killed. And we even know why the campaign is whatever the hell it actually is. I've played it. It's pretty weird, but after you watch this video, you'll certainly understand a lot more.
All right. Like I said, you can't trust NetEase. Those guys are just not trustworthy. It is what it is. It is what it is. I've linked the video again. Make sure to give it a like. Really cool stuff from Bellular. I do need to get my Apple now. Give me a minute. Back. Bro, there's no apples. I need to buy apples. What the fuck? Time for Longbeard shoutouts. Sam Johnson, Hookeye, James Cheek 7507, Venom Pure Evil, J Hat, Darcy Schultz, Pepe Double, Papa W, Pestos, Ricardo Condinho, Seferian, Golf of Fajum, The Worst Wordmonger, Pascal Calais, Chris Marks, Bam Bam 0141, Victor, Mizan Jamal, AR0474, Hidden Aussie, Quirin Das, Travis, The Bug Shaker, Fidel Varela, Astron R-Age, Angie, Dr. Eisenhower, Sephiroth Sangetsu, Star Kitsune, Mr. Wipeout, Eugenie, Inquisitor Reed, Jojo Mojo 1512, Eddie Iro, D. Luffy, Killer X316, Draxus K, El Renatos, J. Walco 4, Senior Bacon, Sam Castellan, Devin Widener, Sherlock Para, Figster, Cold Brick, Red Pigbank, Rambo the Nerd, Angry Scott's That 23, Robert 396, and Shelby Neko. Thank you very much for being gross and incandescent as Longbeards, you Giga Chads. Tip of the hat. Appreciate the support. Tip of the hat to all of the Iron Breakers and Warriors out there and everybody that just enjoys watching the stream. Thank you all so very much for your outstanding support over the years. Thank you. We got a couple of more news articles to go through. Look, Mom, I'm in the video. Yep. Casey Turbo's working and lurking. Love your YouTube channels. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Let me just get through these nuts. These are actually supposed to be good for your intestinal tract. That's why I eat them. These are Brazilian nuts. These nuts. He's getting through these Brazilian nuts. How'd your stream go yesterday, Ark? Was it fun? I was busy most day yesterday. I didn't even get to check it out. Good job, bro. Ark almost died towards the end of that stream. It was only 12 hours. That shit's easy. What was the last 12-hour stream that I did? It was Omega. It was Omega. We did a 12-hour stream for Omega. I was also fucking dying at the end. Oh, man. All right. Imagine being the one that goes and says, you know what? GTA 6 should cost $100. So this is coming to us from GameRanks. Community pushes back on selling Grand Theft Auto 6 at $100. We're at the cusp of irresistible change in the industry. Grand Theft Auto's community has pushed back on the idea that Rockstar Games should price Grand Theft Auto at $100. I'll push back on this idea that anybody should sell games at a higher price. And we're going to get into it today. Like, I'm so done with this argument. I'm actually like so incredibly done with this because there are so many bad faith actors talking about this. Like, it should cost $100. It makes sense. It's so much more expensive. We're going to break this down today. Where did this $100 malarkey start anyway? Industry analysts have been warning about game companies planning to raise the default price of video games above $60 since at least last year. No, they've been talking about it for far longer than last year. Shit, I remember having this conversation like friggin' 5 to 6 years ago or something like that. However, there's a specific inciting incident that led people to ask if Grand Theft Auto 6 would be sold at $100. And that incident is Matthew Ball's State of the Video Game Industry report from the start of this year. Ball explained the problems and opportunities circling the industry. He pointed out that as games continue to sell at $60 in the last 3 decades, the costs of making them kept increasing. Bullshit! They have not. It is not my problem that your incompetence is ballooning your budgets. So in a lot of ways, yes, the costs have increased. But why? Because you're incompetent. And the proof is in the pudding, ladies and gentlemen. There are a lot of studios that are being able to produce video games better than a lot of these AAA games at a fraction of the cost. Why? Because they're not incompetent. The easiest example to cite right now is Expedition 33. Another easy example to bring up is Silksong, even though naturally that one is a little bit smaller in budget, not really going for the big AAA graphics, etc., etc. But I would also argue that AAA graphics are a part of the fucking problem. You choose to do these things. You chose that we needed to move to 4K. You made this choice. We didn't make this choice. Like, what? Why am I being blamed over the fact that you want your pretty 4K textures and all of your mocap animations when I was perfectly happy with Dark Souls 1? I was perfectly happy with the way Dark Souls 1 looked and animated. Still looks good to me today. Should the industry evolve? Absolutely. Should we get better animations? Absolutely. Should we be responsible with our budgets? Absolutely fucking not. I want you guys to picture the following. Okay? I want you guys to picture the following. Tomorrow I'm going to go out and I'm going to buy a Ferrari. I just feel like I want a Ferrari. I feel like we will all benefit from me having a Ferrari. Then I'm going to come into my stream and I'm going to tell you guys, the cost of streaming has gone up. It's harder to stream now. I had to spend all this money. It's way harder to stream nowadays, guys. I'm sorry. And then some of you might argue, well, wait a minute. Why the fuck did you buy a Ferrari? It's like, well, I need it for content because now I can like take pictures of it and post it online. It's like, well, how does that benefit any of us? Well, it doesn't, but it's more expensive. And a lot of video games have this problem. Now, I'm not saying that this is the case for all of them. I agree that for some of them, sure. There might be the odd case here or there where the cost is increased and it's not because of incompetence. But I would say up to 80% probably incompetence. You chose to go after the 4K textures, the bells and whistles of the Unreal Engine, and all of this bullshit. And now you're asking everybody else to foot the bill? I'm sorry. Not going to take it. Baldur's Gate 3. That was $50 when it came out. Expedition 33. That's $50 now, I think. Night Rain. That's $40. Elden Ring. That's $60. It's like, no. You're not going to tell me that in the last 3 decades, the cost of making games has kept increasing as if this is just like something that we need to accept. By the way, the people who make this argument never, ever talk about the fact that the tools that you use to make video games have also evolved. Every single piece of software in the world has greatly evolved to become better and more efficient over the last 3 decades. Photoshop, for as much as I fucking hate Adobe, has evolved and likely gotten better. We've gotten new software for editing like DaVinci, which is actually phenomenal. Hell, we've got new software that I replaced Photoshop with, which is Affinity. I actually have it open right now. It's what I use to do my thumbnails. Look at that gorgeous face. Look at that. How you gonna not hit the like button with that smile? Like, what's wrong with you? How you not gonna subscribe to this channel with a smile like that? Come on, now I only have the best of thumbnails. But anyways, that's besides the point. What I'm saying is like every software has gotten better to some extent. Not everything, like Windows continues to be an absolute piece of dog shit because Microsoft is a trash fire company and it is what it is. But a lot of the software that these people use to create video games has also become better, more streamlined, and it can actually be used more efficiently. But yet magically these costs keep increasing. It has nothing to do with the fact that you went from like a 50-person team that was doing fine programming these video games and now you're at 5,000. How is your irresponsible hiring of people my problem? It'd be like me, guys, I hired a production team. Streaming is so much more expensive now, guys. Because I'd be irresponsible at my size to hire a production team, wouldn't I? Your inability to budget is not my problem. It isn't. I'm sorry. Feels bad. Not my problem. So no, I don't agree. In fact, adjusted for inflation. Here we go. Adjusted for inflation. Funnily enough, whenever people talk about inflation, which by the way, I'm not an economist. I don't know a damn thing about inflation. Okay. I'm a guy that plays video games. I should be the last person you want to talk to about inflation. But it is my understanding that with inflation, there should be an accompanied thing that comes with inflation, which is called rising salaries to account for that, which isn't happening. Yeah. So, inflation, you can stick your inflation up your ass for all I care. And the other thing that these things about the inflation are taking into account is the ballooning, the exponential growth of the gaming community, i.e. your market. So don't give me this shit about, oh, games are so much more expensive and inflation and other words I'm going to throw at your face. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I ain't buying. Grand Theft Auto 3 would actually cost fans $80 to $100. For this reason, Ball claimed that some game companies hoped that Grand Theft Auto 6 would raise the bar for game prices to $80 to $100. Let me tell you something. Y'all do whatever the hell you want to do. I ain't here to judge anybody. Life's too short. You want to buy Grand Theft Auto 6 at $100, you do you. Everything you do is going to have a reverberating effect on the industry. It's that simple. If Grand Theft Auto 6 features record profit sales at $100, that's the new norm, whether we want to accept it or not. It's literally that simple. That becomes the new norm. Later this year, consumer survey in Brazil found that most Brazilian gamers expected Grand Theft Auto 6 would sell for as much as $100. But then, 1 in 3 Brazilian gamers were willing to buy it for that price. Galera! Como é que você faz isso, hein? Traição, galera! Não acredito, não. Loucura. That's crazy. Finally, earlier this week, game developer Chris Stockman chimed in with his 2 cents. Stockman was design director on the original 2006 Saints Row and now heads his own game studio. Stockman said that he thought Grand Theft Auto 6 was the only game that would get away with selling for $100. He went so far as to say he hopes it would sell at that price. I want to make one thing very, very clear for these people. Okay? You're going to start pricing people out of this hobby. $100 games, brother, in this economy, you are crazy. You're going to price people out of the hobby. But you do you. I just hope that people do get priced out of the hobby so that these companies will learn. Because let me tell you, in no uncertain terms, okay? A lot of people are not going to like what I have to say, especially people that are in the industry. They're not going to like hearing this. Grand Theft Auto 6 will make more money if you sell it for $50 than if you sell it for $100. Grand Theft Auto 6 will make more profits at half the price than it will do at this imaginary, this redonkulous, this fucking rainbow-filled fantasy price that these people expect to be charging off of the game of $100. 100%. It will 100% make more money if you sell it for $50. But that's the part that nobody wants to argue for, because everybody's like, oh, no, it's not going to work. Oh, I can't say reasonable things. Oh. It will 100% make more money if you sell it for cheaper, because you will sell more copies, and you will sell way more copies than the difference in price would account for. And you save yourself all of this fucking bullshittery, all of this pricing drama by not doing that. I agree with you, Ruri, but what about the greed? Yeah, that's the part that nobody wants to talk about. It's crazy. A photophilic, AAA graphics are unnecessary for 90% of good games. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. How much was lost by AAA devs taking chances on crypto NFTs and now generative AI? And we're footing the bill! And we're footing the bill! That's the other thing. I didn't even talk about like how much a lot of these AAA companies have spent on all these fucking bubbles that they wanted to of the NFTs and generative AI and all this bullshit. And now we're footing the bill. Fuck that. Fuck that. We're not here to pay for other people's incompetence. That's the way that I look at it. If I fuck up with my videos, I don't come into my stream and start telling people, hey guys, it's time to donate. It's time for you guys to pony up. Because the last video that I made didn't make any money, so it's time for you guys to pay for that. It's like, no, it doesn't fucking happen, bro. You got to be responsible with your budgeting. It's that simple. Either be responsible or don't be responsible, but don't expect other people to foot the bill for your incompetence. It's that simple. Nick Tech, I don't know who this person is, shared his sentiments of this on Twitter, and we believe Rockstar should take this in consideration too. Nick Tech said, just because Grand Theft Auto 6 deserves to be sold at $100 doesn't mean that it should. First of all, it doesn't deserve to be sold at $100. The game's not even fucking out yet. What the fuck are we talking about? It deserves to be sold at $100. It's not out. How are we saying that a game deserves to be sold at $100 when it's not even out? Nobody's even played this game. I mean, sure, maybe the team has played this game or whatever, but none of the people talking about this have even played this game. How the fuck does a video game deserve to be sold at $100 when it hasn't? It's not even out. We don't even know anything about it. Michael Gorality 4, thank you very much for becoming grossly incandescent. Tip of the hat. Appreciate support. Thank you. It is the most expensive game to develop of all times. Don't care. Self-inflicted. And it will pack a ton amount of content that will result in endless hours of fun. You mean it will pack a ton of content into GTA Online, which then will result in 100 and endless hours of monetized fun. Like if GTA 5 is anything to go by, GTA Online is going to be monetized out the ass with pay-to-win content like shark cards and all that bullshit. Whatever. But what's most important is that everyone deserves to experience this game, and I think that pricing it at $100 will be too high of a price for some gamers. It'll be too high of a price for most gamers. Even though it would sell extremely well, I can't begin to imagine the catastrophic damage it will do to the gaming industry as game studios suddenly feel comfortable making their game start at $100. You know what? I'm slowly becoming an accelerationist. Let's do it. Tell you what, sell that bitch for $200. Doesn't it deserve it? Let's adjust it for inflation. Let's future-proof it. Sell that bitch at $200. I dare you. I triple dare you. I quadruple dare you. Sell it at $200. Coward. Go on. Now let's fucking do it. Let's take this to the nth degree, baby. Let's fucking go. $200. Let's take this to its logical conclusion, but faster. Sell that bitch at $200. Come on. Didn't you just say it deserves to be $100? Make it $200. Premium game for premium gamers. Exactly. It's a premium game, just like Borderlands 4. And by the way, this is $200 for the standard edition. Collector's edition, $500. $500. Let's go. That's the way to do it. Now let's go. Let's just take this to where it needs to be. If people want to be unreasonable, the only thing that is going to happen is you need to be unreasonable back. This is ridiculous. This deserves to be sold at $100. Goddamn game's not even out yet. You take all of these complaints about your inflation and your rising costs and all of this stuff. You take all that stuff and you can fold it neatly and then shove it straight up your ass for all I care. Shit should be sold at $60, and I don't care what anybody else says about it. It's literally just that simple. Call me unreasonable if you want to, but the reality is, and if you've been paying attention to this industry, the reality is a lot of these AAA studios have been getting away with murder when it comes to their budget planning. It is insane. You people are insane. And you need to just, you need to start being responsible with your budget. It really is just that simple. Budget accordingly. Just budget accordingly. Like, what the fuck? Don't you have financial departments? Budget. It's crazy. People are being irresponsible and just like pouring ridiculous amounts of money into a game, and then they expect everybody else to foot the bill. It's like, no, be responsible. It's not everybody else's business. That's crazy. Yeah, that's where we're at. You guys believe that's where we're at? People arguing how games deserve to be $100? Absolutely crazy. So, once again, from This Week in Video Games, we have another bit of news. Assassin's Creed lead leaves Ubisoft amid Tencent-backed restructure. Assassin's Creed franchise lead Marc-Alexis Cote has left Ubisoft amid recent restructuring of the company's major IPs and investment from Tencent. As reported by IGN, an internal email at Ubisoft confirmed Cote's departure. The move comes in the wake of the creation of Vantage Studios, one of Ubisoft's new creative houses, supported by a 25% stake from Tencent. Subsidiary now oversees several of Ubisoft's biggest IPs, with Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six under its umbrella. This was basically due to the fact that Ubisoft stock tanked so badly. They needed to make a fake company and put all of their profitable IPs into that fake company and then just let the original Ubisoft burn to the fucking ground. It's a financial play. And as far as I'm concerned, should be fucking illegal. You don't just get to ignore all of the bad shit you've done with your company by making a new company, but that's how it goes. It's a big club and you're not in it, right? IGN further reports that Cote was offered a role with Vantage Studios but turned down. Vantage Studios CEO Christophine Dereens said he was disappointed in the direction in an internal note. It was stated that Cote had his own expectations of priority related to Vantage Studios' creation and future. In a statement, Ubisoft confirmed the departure, saying, following the organizational restructuring announced in March 2025, Marc-Alexis Cote has chosen to pursue a new path elsewhere outside of Ubisoft. We are deeply grateful for the impact Marc-Alexis has had over the years, particularly in shaping the Assassin's Creed brand into what it is today. Cote leaves Ubisoft after a 20-year tenure. He worked on Prince of Persia: The Forgotten Sands as a lead engine and tools programmer before becoming a lead level designer on Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. He went on to be the creative director of Assassin's Creed 3: The Tyranny of King Washington DLC and Assassin's Creed Syndicate. He continued as a senior producer on multiple Assassin's Creed projects. Afterwards, in 2022, was leading the franchise as vice president and executive producer. There's more to this, though. Former Assassin's Creed franchise lead Marc-Alexis Cote has denied claims that he decided to leave his position, which was mentioned in the previous article. So, despite what they said, he did not decide to leave. Instead, says he was asked to leave. Cote's departure was spurred on by the creation of Vantage Studios. We already talked about this. The creative house oversees some of Ubisoft's biggest IPs. Ubisoft confirmed the departure of Cote from his position as executive producer of Assassin's Creed franchise on 14th of October 2025, as reported by IGN. An internal memo at the company stated that he was offered a leadership role at Vantage Studios, but turned it down. However, in a LinkedIn post, Cote has denied these claims, said he was asked to leave. Many of you have expressed surprise that I would choose to leave Assassin's Creed for so many years, especially given the passion I still hold for it. The truth is simple, I did not make that choice. I also went to my teams, past and present, to say this plainly. I did not walk away. I stayed at my post until Ubisoft asked me to step aside. Cote explained that the shift in Assassin's Creed leadership was due to the Vantage Studios restructure, and that while a new position was discussed with him, it was not a continuation of his current role. Ubisoft decided to transfer leadership of the Assassin's Creed franchise to someone closer to its new organizational structure. Different position was mentioned, but did not carry the same scope, mandate, or continuity with the work I had been entrusted with in recent years. Despite this, Cote says he holds no resentment at the situation, that Ubisoft has been my home for all my professional life. Prior to leaving, Cote had been at Ubisoft for 20 years and had worked on Assassin's Creed franchise as far as back to 2010's Brotherhood. In 2022, he became the vice president and executive producer of the franchise, guiding its overall strategy. So, here's where I'm at. I don't know how much control this guy had over monetization, but basically he allowed, Ubisoft to do what they did with monetization, and I don't ever really remember hearing a single peep from him, so I don't care. The monetization of Assassin's Creed games has been downright disrespectful. The bloat introduced into Assassin's Creed game, which I would imagine he should also be somewhat responsible for, considering he's the fucking franchise lead. So therefore, I can also say I'm not really going to miss you. But then again, I'm not really going to miss anything when it comes to Ubisoft. I just think it's funny that bro's like grandstanding over here and it's like, no, bro. Like, you allowed the game to reach that point. You allowed those monetization decisions. You allowed the fucking redonkulous bloat that they've added into these games. You allowed these games to become mediocre. That's on you. So to be honest, maybe you should have been fired sooner. Maybe you should have been fired before Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Maybe that could have become a good game. I don't know. Maybe. Figured I'd bring that up. Yeah, Black Flag was good. AC has been so lost for me ever since they abandoned the Desmond line. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what they can do either. But there's more news from Ubisoft. See, Ubisoft is scared. Ubisoft introduces the Crew 2 offline mode following preservation outcry. Ubisoft has confirmed that after that, beginning 16 October 2025, hybrid mode for the Crew is available after it was first announced during the Crew Showcase 2024. The update, which will allow players to switch between traditional online mode and a new offline mode, represents a major milestone in our ongoing commitment to ensuring long-term access to the Crew for all players. It's notable that the new hybrid and offline modes come almost 2 years after Ubisoft delisted the preceding game from all online stores, and little over a year after the servers for the Crew were shut down entirely on 31st of March 2024. When Ubisoft announced the shutdown, they wrote that, "Understand this may be disappointing for the players that are still enjoying the game, but has become a necessity due to upcoming server infrastructure and licensing constraints. We are continuing to provide new content support for the Crew 2. November 2024, two players launched a class action lawsuit. We are familiar with this. And then there's the Stop Killing Games initiative, which we also have been somewhat involved in. So, yeah, it's interesting to see that Ubisoft is now like, oh, we're the good guys. We're going to let you play the Crew 2 offline. Shut the fuck up, Ubisoft. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares. So the other like couple of news stories that I have here are not really that super important. And we've been streaming and standing up for a while. Do you guys know that I've been standing this whole time for like 4 hours of live stream? That's got to be like some kind of a record at this point. 4 hours of streaming standing. I mean, a record for me. I'm sure that more people stream like 4 hours standing up the whole time, but it's weird. Or you heard about the Plants vs. Zombies remastered disaster? Nope. No idea. Oh, you guys have been discussing about like what qualifies as a gamer. Like, look, I think that mobile gamers can be called gamers if that's what we're talking about, or more casual gamers can be called gamers, but I don't know, dude. I just feel like the type of gamers that I associate with the hobby of gaming are people that play regular video games, like PC video games, console video games. Mobile games is weird. It feels almost more like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's weird. Is the standing desk working out so far? Absolutely, I love it. I think it helps out. Madden and COD and GTA only gamers don't want to be called gamers, so screw them. I don't know if they want to be called gamers or not. I don't know if people care that much for labels to begin with. Is it really that big of a deal? Like, am I a tabletop gamer because I play Kill Team? I don't know, maybe. As a tall man, my back could not handle it. Already said it, most folks who game don't care about consoles or PC gaming at all. Yeah. Candy Crush, Angry Birds on mobile. Why would you put a status on someone? I mean, people always like belonging to something. I mean, I definitely think that I would consider myself to be a gamer because video games is a massive passion for me. But like, there are other things that I do. Like, for instance, I drive a lot. I wouldn't consider myself a driver. I'll go to like from point A to point B. I'm all right. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, everybody seeks community. That's one of the things that we talked about as well, which is the whole situation where whenever there's discourse surrounding games, a lot of people want to be a part of that discourse, even if they don't like the video game that the discourse is around. So back when Sekiro had released, a lot of people wanted to talk about Sekiro, but they didn't actually want to play Sekiro. They just wanted to be a part of the conversation. It's very natural for humans to want to do that, which I find interesting because I don't usually feel the need to be a part of conversations of video games that I'm not interested. Like, I'm not a part of the conversation about Battlefield 6. I'm not a part of the conversation about Ark Raiders, and I don't plan on taking too much part in those conversations because I'm just not interested. I find it somewhat weird that everybody feels like they need to be up to date with everything, this like culture that we have online, where you just need to be in tune with everything that is happening online, which is one of the things that, like I mentioned, it was one of the things that caused me to be really overwhelmed before I took a bit of that break that I had been talking about, where my brain was just constantly online all the time and I needed to be up to date with every bit of news that was happening and all of that stuff. So, yeah. I'm a human. I'll be real, gacha players are more invested than most shooters and RPG players. Oh yes, because they're literally invested, monetarily invested. I am and always have been behind on the cultural meta. I've given up on trying to keep up. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard keeping up with all the cultural metas. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna go get some food, gonna take a break. Probably gonna edit portions of this stream into smaller videos that I'll be uploading to the channel so that I have some videos as content throughout the week. Maybe that'll give me a little bit more time to paint and relax. Actually, no, I can't paint and relax. I need to go take care of that health thing. Need to set up that exam for my guts and all that stuff. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Thank you all so much for being patient with me as I try to, like, establish some type of balance with all the stuff that I'm doing. I love you guys. I really appreciate you guys. Next week, there will be Monster Hunter stuff, so do remember to subscribe so that you guys get notification. And by the way, something that I almost forgot. Oh no, I've revealed the grossly incandescent chat. Not everybody gets to see that one. But let me just see here. There should be, like... Wait, there's an invite to the Discord in the description of this video. If you guys go to the description, there should be an invite there. But I wanted to call out that because the way that YouTube works with notifications and all of that stuff, if you guys are missing videos, if you guys don't get notified when I go live or any of these things, do remember that if you do join the Ironbreaker Discord, even if you don't want to interact with the community, even though I recommend it, we got a lot of cool people out here that are playing video games and having fun. Even if you don't want to interact that much, I have 2 channels here where I always post before I go live or before, whenever a video goes up or something like that. And you will get notified here on Discord through these 2 channels if YouTube is not sending you notifications, because YouTube doesn't send notifications anymore, because that's not a thing. But I'm getting out of here. Love you guys. Stay strong, stay safe, all of that good stuff. More Monster Hunter next week for sure. And yeah, I'm also doing this strange thing on Monday where I'm going to be on a stream from a TV network or something in Portugal, but it'll be in English, I think. But it's like this indie X thing that they're doing in Portugal. So I'm going to be playing Sacrifier tomorrow on some strange stream. You'll have to... I don't know exactly where that's taking place. Let me see. I think it should be RTP Arena Twitch, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I think it might be here. I'll link it to you guys. Maybe. Tomorrow, like... 7 hours before the time that it is now, tomorrow, I think. We'll see. But anyway, that's going to be it for now. I will talk to you guys later. And yeah, stay strong, stay safe.